money at plus 155 at Bet Rivers for him to go over 2.5. Now, I'm going to swallow the juice and go over 1.5. Why? Because Cat has at least 2 or more threes in his last 3 games, in 6 of his last 8, in 8 of his last 11, and in 13 of his 16 games so far this season. Cat is hitting from beyond the arc at 44%. That is top 3 in the NBA. That is not kind of a guard or a wing player. Him and like Jokic, who by the way is doing absolutely everything ridiculous this year. Like you said, the total is very, very high. FTN projects 2.5 3-points from Cat. You saw the 3 that he hit as the dagger against the Toronto Raptors on Monday. I think he can get at least 2 again. And our prop shop says go swallow the juice at 1.5 or get it at plus money at 2.5. We are projecting 2.5 threes for Karl-Anthony Towns. That also represents an almost 8% edge in our prop shop. 8.5 rebounds, and he's making 1.8 threes per game. 3 straight games, Dave, that he's ended up hitting 2 or more threes. Momentum player. You saw it in Minnesota. He's hitting his free throws. He's involved. He's playing big minutes, 34 minutes or more each of the 4 games. That includes 25 minutes against New Orleans when they blow them out. So he's going to be on the court, should be able to avoid foul trouble. He's hitting his threes. He's hot. He's the center of this offense in a game that matters. Check across the board. Love this one as well. Karl-Anthony Towns, the Knicks rolling tonight. Scoring opportunities aplenty against the Hawks. Yeah, absolutely. 237 as a total would say that, right? So then in the second game, out there on the West Coast, what you have here, I guess, the West Coast, it's really in Houston right there. So H-Town, when you got the Rockets and the Golden State Warriors, this is the one I like the best out of all of them. Like, give me Kevon Looney over 6.5 rebounds in this matchup against the Rockets, okay? Again, go on over to the prop shop, a great tool over at FTN. You can see where all the books are hanging the number, and you have an option here. You can lay the juice at minus 140, going over 6.5 rebounds, or you can get it at DraftKings at minus 105 if you go over 7.5 rebounds. Again, the minutes are different here recently for Kevon Looney. He has had over 21 minutes a game over his last 4. He has not had 21 minutes in any of his first 17 games this season. He is playing more, and you know the role he plays there for Golden State is as a rebounder. He has 9 or more rebounds in 3 of his last 4 games. So over 6.5, over 7.5, forget about it. I am with this. 9 or more rebounds in 3 of his last 4 games, averaging 9 rebounds in his last 4 games. And the other thing here is this: the Houston Rockets, they do not shoot the ball well. They shoot it at only 43.9% from the floor. That is 27th, Mike, in the association, also known as in the bottom 5. And when the team against you is missing shots, that is more opportunities for rebounds. I like this over 6.5. I'm okay with this over 7.5, depending on what you want to do over at the prop shop. Our FTN model is projecting Looney to have 9.28 rebounds today in this one. That's over 6.5. That's over 7.5. That represents almost a 13% edge on this prop. Mike, Looney is on the floor, and when he does so, he grabs boards. I think he'll continue to do so tonight.
Yeah, rebounds are the way to go here. I'm going to reveal my favorite prop that I've used for the last 3 years. It's the same stat, but a different player. And I'm fine with Kevon Looney. Stephen Curry, over rebounds, 4.5. And for the reasons you just said, the Rockets end up missing shots. It's a defensive battle. But players such as Curry and Chris Paul end up being so smart at seeing where the ball comes off the rim that they are underrated as rebounders. 4 of his last 7 games, Stephen Curry, 7 or more rebounds in those contests. Like, it only gone 4 and 2 recency bias, but that's because those games were well in hand. This one I think is going to be close. Points are going to be at a premium. All the reasons you like Looney, I'm going to double down and go with Curry over his rebounds at 4.5, averaging 5.5 rebounds in each of both December, in November, and October. So far this month, only 3 games, he's had 4, 2, and 7. But that's because of the time. I like the rebounds. I like the way you're thinking, my friend. I'm going to go with Curry over on the rebounds. I think that's the way to attack this game tonight between the Warriors and the Rockets.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, here on the FTN Fantasy Show over at FTN, there is so much data that we have, so many tools for you to use, whether it is football, whether it is DFS, college, the NBA. My guy Mike Randall with the college basketball show, giving out plays, and we will do more and more of this as season-long fantasy comes to its conclusion. But for people who are still in the playoffs, okay, you can hit us up. We will take your calls a little bit later on this hour. The number to call is 888-963-2682. We will answer some of your sit or start questions a little bit later on in the show. The number again is 888-963-2682. But Mike, we're for the people, okay? We're not only for the numbers, we're for the people. And we know a lot of people just had excruciating losses that got them bounced out of the fantasy playoffs. Yesterday was Mike Randall, at Randall Rant, me, myself, at Spin Speed. You gotta say, I am the game of inches, winner/loser. Thank you for picking me, and we will hook you up to get down with the For the Numbers family. So here are the nominees, which I think, Mike, you can correct me if I'm wrong, go over at Chief Wiggum 68 and are truly the contenders. I will reel them off one by one. You can give us your vote. I will give my vote. If we differ, then we need the tiebreaker, and that's going to be Phil and Sandro behind the back, letting us know who it should be here. We celebrated Loser Day yesterday, and we are giving away a little bit of a subscription here to For the Numbers, so you can get down with us first. Mike Potts, he lost by .04, Mike. Lost by .04.
Oh my God.
Why?
I lost a game like that, huh?
Had Joe Burrow, who
You see, I lost by like
to
my nephew.
of a point, and that was the margin. .04.
How can it be that
The only thing about Mike Potts' entry is that it's one of those leagues where week 15 is not the playoffs, so they can still get into the playoffs even though they had this excruciating loss. That
the Wildcat
is a little bit of a mark.
Over there in the Wildcat, ain't nobody over there tripping right now, but you know, we in the battle.
I think it's horrible to lose by .04 to Burrow.
Oh, Wildcat rank right there.
I think the fact that he can still get in doesn't necessarily make this a winner. What do you say?
It's a great
Look
one.
it up.
I would not make this one the winner. It's terrible. And it's super frustrating, and I've been there. But I do think this is a finalist that is not getting my vote.
All right, fair enough. We also have another finalist, which is Ben Boswell. Did get banged out of the playoffs, okay? Did lose their chance at their playoff spot. They lost by .15 last week in a matchup that could have gotten them into the playoffs. Did not get into the playoffs, and they were in fact facing Joe Burrow. Remember, after the punt block, Burrow, because it was still touched and it was a live ball, Cincinnati got another chance, and Burrow threw another touchdown. And
He
after
got
that
through all
punt
the way
block,
across.
they lost by .15, and that is the margin of them not qualifying for the fantasy playoffs. That is Ben Boswell. What do you say, Mike?
Yeah, good one also. But the Burrow TD, a touchdown pass, while devastating, and I get it, is not quite at the same level of the kneel down. So I understand. I think the Mike Potts one is actually worse because it's the one kneel down, but he can still get in. This one is rough, don't get me wrong. He had, I think coming into the game, he was uber confident that I can feel it. But this one too, I think is a finalist, not a winner.
All right, and then we have Nate.
Oh, that was a close one there, bud.
Randall Grant, at Spin Speeds, at Syrian.
That was a close one there, bud.
This guy missed
I'm talking about him.
I know, I couldn't slow down so he had more time, but I got a truck on my hands, so I can't say.
And this guy, not only for one game, not for one matchup, but
Very
for the
dangerous
entire
highway in
season,
BiggMama's
right?
own.
Missed out on the points tiebreaker and
She
ultimately
got nerves of
playoff
steel.
spot on .06 on 6/100ths of a point over the course of the entire season is the reason that Nate Hughes did not get into the playoffs. Also had the third highest score of the week last week. Would have 9 of the teams, but happened to face Josh Allen. 61, so got the loss. Would have had it in on record, and then in the tiebreaker, despite having a good week, lost out on the points tiebreaker for the entire season by 6/100ths of a point.
Absolute devastation. This is the winner to me. You are going the entire season back and forth, and think of the mindset, Dave. Think of the drama. Am I in? Oh, I'm there. But what about the points? Oh, if I score. And then you see your team sliding up the fantasy scoreboard in week 14. But there's Josh Allen, and he scores again, and he scores again. Just, hey, I can feel it. I empathize. .06, not even 110, 6/100ths over the course of the season. Dang, Nate gets my vote.
All right, I am actually with you, Mike, because remember, we are calling this a game of inches, and so literally every yard is a tenth of a point. This was less than a yard over the entire season. Hashtag game of inches. So, Nate Hughes, if you are out there and you are still listening to the FTM Fantasy Show, big ups to you. You are the winner of hashtag game of inches. What you need to do is DM us at Randall Rant, at Spitting Speeds. Let us know that you are aware that we have named you, Nate Hughes, as the winner of hashtag game of inches, and we will hook you up with a package to come on get down with the For the Numbers family and get a little bit of a subscription, a little bit of a trial run so you can try out the tools, try out the content, understand everything we talk about, and hopefully that can be the silver lining on your excruciating season where you missed out on a playoff spot by 6/100ths of a point. Hit us up and we will hook you up. That's what we do here. We are for the numbers, we are for the people, and we continue to be for the people, because now if you are in your playoffs, you have some decisions to make. You have some sit-start questions. You're agonizing over these decisions. We will help you sit-start questions when we come back right here on the FTM Fantasy Show. Dane Martinez and Mike Randall helping you survive and advance in your fantasy playoffs. Smooth enough for the sheets.
Your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, here to introduce something really special. You're going to love it. My new Trump watches. It's one of the best watches made. Wear it proudly on your wrist, and everyone will know what it's for, who it represents. Get your Trump watch right now. Go to gettrumpwatches.com. It's Trump time. That's right. President Trump has released his official Trump watches. But don't wait, because these limited watches won't be around for long. Go to gettrumpwatches.com now to get your Trump watch before they're gone. It's an easy URL to remember. gettrumpwatches.com. Don't miss your chance to own a piece of history. Go now to gettrumpwatches.com and get your watch today. See gettrumpwatches.com for details. Trump watches are not intended for investment purposes. Hurry, go now to gettrumpwatches.com.
And feel the fury and rage of liquid mirror. The gentleman delivers a relentless barrage of bone-crushing sound. From Metallica, Pantera, and Slipknot to the hardest and heaviest rock of this moment. Jumping to the bed on Liquid Metal Channel 3. And at home on Alexa, Google Home, smart TVs, and everywhere on the Syrian XM app.
Justin Tex over here. Join James Cohen Sunday at 8 Eastern as we react to the day in fantasy football right here on Fantasy Sports Radio Channel 87 on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The 125th Army Navy Games on Sirius XM College Sports Radio Channel 84. This is Mike Krzyzewski, West Point class of 1969. It's bigger than a game. It's a celebration of our history. It's a reminder of what makes this country great. Channel 84's on-site coverage from Landover, Maryland begins Friday at 9 Eastern, then Saturday at 3 Eastern. It's the Army-Navy game on College Sports Radio, Channel 84, in the car and the Sirius XM app. turbulence, no matter what format you play.
Welcome back in here, the FTN Fantasy Show. Hey, Martinez and Mike Randall. Nate Hughes, if you're out there, DM us. You are the winner of the Game of Inches contest, and we're going to hook you up here to get down with the For the Numbers family. So many other ways you can get down with the For the Numbers family. And one is by having your question answered directly here on the show by Mike and myself. So we do that now. We've got people that are in the first round of their fantasy football playoffs, and they need to know what to do in order to win their leagues and win that cash. So we start by going north of the border to Edmonton, where Brandon is on the line. Brandon, you're on the FTN Fantasy Show. How can we help you?
Hey guys, happy week one of the playoffs. Hope you guys are doing good.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick flex question. So I got Jamar Chase and Nico Collins locked into my wide receiver spot. I got JSN locked into my flex, and would you switch him out for DJ Moore?
I would not. Yeah, good question. I would not. I'm going with JSN. Look at his targets over the last few games. He's becoming almost the first option. DK Metcalf is very feast or famine. JSN is the more reliable fantasy player, and that's what you want here.
Well, I'm putting up Kash Patel for the job, so it would seem that he has to have a job to take. There has to be an opening there, and we're going to get to that opening either way. And clearly, the way Christopher Wray decided on his own accord was to leave with a resignation rather than wait for Donald Trump to take action and fire him.
Yeah, the writing was on the wall for Ray. Kristen Holmes, thank you so much. Let's go off Capitol Hill now. It's in and 4 and Fox. Because Evan alluded to this a moment ago, Lauren. Lawmakers have kind of been telegraphing to Ray that he should consider resigning.
That was very good. You made that on your deal?
Yeah, exactly. And just a few minutes ago, I actually talked to Senator John Cornyn. He's a senior member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And I asked him, what is your initial reaction to this news? And he said this is probably for the best. Now, he called Ray an honorable guy. He said the politicization of the Justice Department was something that, in his view, had happened before Ray had actually taken over. But he said clearly Trump did not have confidence in the current FBI director, and he said this was probably the most straightforward and best thing for the department. I think you heard that echoed in what Evan said that Ray delivered to his employees earlier today. But one thing to keep in mind here is that this was all coming amid the backdrop of Republican senators like Senator Cornyn meeting this week with Kash Patel. And Cornyn told me just a couple of days ago that barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was prepared to potentially vote for Kash Patel. Now, he was asked, if Kash Patel gets this job, are you confident that he is going to be able to return the Department of Justice to being an agency that Americans, including MAGA world, can support and think is not politicized? And he said time is really going to tell. He did not give a definitive answer, and that is coming from someone who said that he is prepared to vote for Kash Patel in this moment, barring any unforeseen circumstances. I also talked to Senator Ted Cruz, another member of the Judiciary Committee, who's a Republican, who said, look, this is the best thing because the writing was on the wall. This is where we knew it was headed. It's better for Christopher Wray, perhaps, that he make this decision rather than be forced into it in just a couple of weeks.
Lauren, thank you so much. Let's go back to Evan Perez now at DOJ. Evan, you have some more on what it was like inside the room as Ray announced this. This was a bureau kind of town hall event.
Right, Brianna, it was a standing room only crowd inside this conference center there at the FBI headquarters, just across the street from where I'm sitting. And we're told that, there were people who were anticipating that perhaps something might be coming today. And certainly once he was finished with his remarks, there was a standing ovation, a full standing ovation for several minutes. There were some people who were seen crying in the room, again, to reinforce that there is a lot of respect for Chris Wray inside the FBI. I will say that among the retired FBI corps, people who have left the bureau, there is a certain amount of dissatisfaction with Chris Wray, and part of it because a lot of them, frankly, are Trump supporters, and they don't like some of what the FBI has been doing the last couple of years. And so you see from the troops, the people at the FBI, he's well under very good leadership under Director Wray. Very good leadership under Director Wray for 7 years and half of my career. So it was a good administration. It was a good
organization, like any other organization, there's always room for improvement. And I believe a new director will change some things up, and it will be an improvement. But I'm not too surprised about this resignation. He does these town halls from time to time. I had heard rumors this morning that this could be coming, it could be an announcement today, so I'm not surprised at all.
What are your concerns about, or maybe you don't have concerns? What are you thinking Kash Patel is potential? What are you thinking Kash Patel is potentially the next FBI director?
The agents that are still in the field, they're going to continue to uphold the Constitution, and they're going to continue to follow the lawful orders, all of those that are above them.
Speaking to some of those lawful orders, and it's mentioned specifically in the social media post that Donald Trump just made, that the chief criticism that we've heard from Donald Trump of Christopher Wray was the FBI searching Mar-a-Lago and, as Trump describes it, illegally raiding my home without cause. He talks about the working diligently to illegally impeach and indict him. I wonder what you make of those criticisms of Wray, if fundamentally that search of Mar-a-Lago was ordered by a court, was approved by a grand jury, signed off on by a judge. Was there much that Christopher Wray could have done to please Donald Trump in that situation?
No, I believe that he was just in a position where he was going to be the fall guy, and he had those searches of Mar-a-Lago and the other things surrounding that investigation and other investigations that are under question were all legally obtained in front of a judge. Evidence had to be shown, probable cause had to be shown, all the tracks of the investigation up until that point had to be shown to the court before it was a legally signed off warrant, search warrant, and to conduct the search at Mar-a-Lago. So I believe that Director Wray, and I'm sure he had the final approval on the search, and at the end of the day, he's going to be the fall guy because he's the director of the FBI at the time of the search. So there had to be someone to take the brunt of the storm.
Dan Bruner, very much appreciate your perspective. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Still to come, officials now telling CNN about a shell casing, or rather multiple shell casings and fingerprint evidence that they believe could tie Luigi Mangione to the killing of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
That's
This
all
is
I'm doing,
investigators
right?
track down new clues about a potential motive. The latest on this investigation when we come back.
They saw him do it, right?
He was in
Closer to exclusive talk.
he had on a hat and he had on a hoodie that covered over his hat and his head. So they don't have a clear shot. Some hooded person come out from, they couldn't even tell if he was white or black. A hooded person came out from behind a car, shot the guy, backed up and ran away. So they have nothing. But because these shell casings were left at the scene and they had etched on them and fingerprints on them, if you match those fingerprints, you're gonna be out of luck.
That's what his lawyer gonna say. Oh, no, I don't represent him.
Right.
Comes in with 68 years of experience. We understand your unique challenges and will tailor solutions that fit your specific needs, whether it's crossing borders, creating multimodal solutions, or keeping your inventory flowing like a well-oiled machine. Delivering beyond expectations. That's the Warner difference. Learn how at selectwarner.com.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. Your boxes are wrapped and the gifts are in. Our employees are ready. Let the holiday ride begin. Let's start with the price. It's easy to manage when you ship with the reliable USPS Ground Advantage. In just a few days, it's sure to arrive. We're working non-stop to keep the spirit alive. USPS Ground Advantage, the affordable and reliable shipping solution for the holidays. Visit USPS.com/advantage.
That's an old house.
David is a real Prevagen user,
You know, I was
and this
reading
is his story.
out here.
Nice
They
to
said
meet
that
you.
like a lot of towns, you see it, the railroad towns, people that's working on the railroad, building tunnels for the railroad to go through and all that shit. Which makes sense. You see like houses sporadic. Maybe it was the foreman's house. I don't know. You just gotta go work in the field all day, every day. Just ride the train, ride your horse down yonder.
Either that or maybe, I mean, if it was a little house or like that place right there, if you're right by the train track, people are able to, they stop there so the conductor can go to the bathroom or grab something to eat, something to drink, maybe.
Oh, rest area.
For trains.
That's a good idea. That makes sense. We are now entering the Inyo National Forest. Inyo, the word Inyo, you can do whatever you want with it. That's going to be I-N-Y-O. Inyo.
In your face.
In your face, sucker. They put a whole bunch. I don't know what they do. That might be railroad equipment. Whole bunch of hay over there. They ain't got it covered up though.
Because they don't get much rain on them.
Experience Ruby for yourself. Visit Ruby.com. Better yet, call us 866-GET-RUBY.
Says we miss you already. So no matter whether they don't cover the hay. Whole bunch of nothing. About a 90% unoccupied. Owned by government land. Welcome to California. Even Nevada.
Welcome to California.
Assassinating UnitedHealthcare CEO New York police say the gun that was found on Mangione when he was arrested in Pennsylvania on Monday has been matched to evidence at the crime scene.
Oh,
Here's
damn.
the police commissioner.
You fucked up, Mangione.
First, we got the gun in question back from Pennsylvania. It's now at the NYPD crime lab. We were able to match that gun to the 3 shell casings that
Oh, they got you,
found
Mangione.
in Midtown at the scene of the homicide. CNN Chief Law
Probably
Enforcement
copying the deal as we
analyst John
speak.
Miller is here with us. John, these shell casings that the commissioner is talking about here, are these those ones that had been marked with words we would expect by the gunman that were found at the scene?
2 of them are, and one of those unfired bullets was also marked with writing. But what you've seen here is a couple of turns today. First, yesterday, with the matching of the fingerprint found on the phone and the water bottle and other evidence they collected from the scene to the prints taken in the arrest. So that puts, in theory, allegedly, the suspect they have in Pennsylvania at the scene of the New York murder. But the gun is with him in Pennsylvania. How did that guy do
As
the New
you're
York murder?
traveling,
Well,
why would
with
you
the
not
ballistic
break
match
that
to the
freaking
shell
gun
casings
up into
found on
piece
the
here,
ground
piece
there.
there, piece
That
here,
puts
piece
the
there?
gun and the prints in
Thought
New
you
York.
got away with it
And
because
then
we
the
had a
gun
hoodie
and
on.
the person whose prints those are in Pennsylvania. So when you hear statements that the defense attorney is making, and that's his job, which is, there's no indication that my client is the person involved. If this physical and forensic evidence is what it is meant to be, that puts him in both places. He and the gun in Pennsylvania, and he and the gun in New York.
And what are we learning about fingerprint evidence, John?
Well, the fingerprint evidence was a match that was made yesterday from the latent prints that they picked up at the scene, principally off a discarded burner phone, which could have belonged to somebody else. It had a print on it. Remember, until they had this arrest the other day, they didn't have anybody to compare that to. They ran it through the APIS system that runs prints against all of the known people who have been arrested across the country, just like they ran those shell casings through the NIBID system, ATF's National Integrated Ballistic Network, to see did they match any shell casings that were found at other crime scenes anywhere in the country.
ran it through the buyback system.
Came out not in the records. So in this case, they now know who that print belongs to, according to police, and they now know that those shell casings belong to the gun that was with them when it was picked up at McDonald's. Now the third piece, of course, is going to be DNA. DNA that they recovered from a number of surfaces, including the phone and the water bottle.
We got the DNA off the cheeseburger wrapper.
The DNA that they take from him when they extract it.
And what have you learned about a notebook that contained evidence of a potential motive?
When he was arrested, according to people briefed on the case, he had a 3-page document, that was handwritten. But separate from that, there was a spiral notebook. And in the notebook, there were basically his notes for the preparation of the assassination of Brian Thompson. To-do lists, things he needed to obtain, places he needed to go, items that, needed to be checked off. But also some thoughts on justification, comparing what he is doing against healthcare executives to what the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski, was doing to other big businesses when he was sending out those kind of random bombs to executives. But he said, in a bombing, I could have collateral damage. I could end up killing innocents who were not my target. He said, what better way to do this than to shoot the CEO of the largest company at his own bean-counting conference, to paraphrase.
John Miller, thank you so much for the very latest. You have such intense interest on this, and we do appreciate
boy was the CEO of the what?
UnitedHealthcare.
FBI Director Christopher Wray announcing his intention to resign.
The biggest insurance company.
3 years
UnitedHealthcare used to be a health plan.
President-elect Donald Trump previously announced that he would nominate Kash Patel.
They switched it
for
to
that
UnitedHealthcare and
Let's discuss
then combined it so he's the
Congressman Warren
CEO, which
Davidson
means...
of Ohio. Congressman, thank you so much for sharing part of your afternoon with us. Your reaction to FBI Director Christopher Wray.
Yeah, we're going. Oh, he got you. They got all kind of flies flying around nation. Right. Is that bees?
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Small. So what does that mean when you do like that?
I'm assuming he was trying to, he had to give the guy his paperwork. And he was being attacked by whatever the fuck is flying around that damn trailer. So that's why he was back so far off. He saw I had my paperwork, so he was going about the business. He was trying to get away from all the damn bees and flies or whatever else they had.
Charlie Brown, Charlie.
And then Elon Musk bought Twitter, rebranded it as X, and we had Matt Taibbi come testify before the House Weaponization Committee. Very day he's testifying before the committee, the IRS serves a warrant to search his previous tax returns. They want to do an audit on him, or not the FBI, the IRS comes in and wants to audit him. So they said, oh, we weren't doing that. By the end of this Congress, Mark Zuckerberg is out there saying, no, because he leads the FBI, and who was leading the ringleader for silencing speech? It was the FBI. Mark Zuckerberg saying, yeah, this was going on, and we were being asked to do it. Look at what was made public by the Judiciary Committee about banks. They would say to banks, hey, we need your records on so-and-so, and they'd say, yeah, that's fine, give us a warrant or a subpoena. And instead of doing that, they would pick up the phone and say, hey, you don't really need a warrant or a subpoena, do you? Could you just hand over the files on this, create some suspicious activity reports? And
look, we talked about Operation Choke Point, how people were being debanked for years, and it got no traction. Suddenly it goes on Joe Rogan with Mark Andreessen, and now people go, oh yeah, it's actually happening. The New York Times just this week finally reported the truth. It's not a conspiracy theory. So who's at the center of all this? It's all these three-letter agencies like the FBI, led by people like Chris Wray. So all these consummate insiders that were supposedly
What did you say was happening?
to 5 no-brainers to be confirmed, they haven't been proven trustworthy. They've completely...
The IRS was auditing all these big people, and then when they needed... the IRS has nothing to do with the FBI, just so we're clear. And then he said that when they had, when they needed information on different CEOs, they go down to the telephone companies or down to wherever they had to go and said, okay. And the people who had all the information, the paperwork said, no, we need a warrant or a subpoena. He said they would say, okay, leave, and then make a phone call directly talking about some. Do you really need a warrant? If you don't, you know what I'm saying? We shouldn't really need a warrant. Maybe I can help you with something. What the fuck? How do you know that fucking shit was going on?
Right. And you got the FBI pushing out the field offices to target people that working with the Department of Education to create a pretext to investigate American citizens who make their voices heard at school board meetings. And that says nothing of how they've targeted people who committed trespassing acts on January 6th. So they've completely used the power of the office to undermine the trust of the American people. And meanwhile, they denied that crime was getting worse. This was on Christopher Wray's watch, and it had to be fact-checked right in the closing days of the election. So every way he could undermine trust, he did. So he started out fine, but no, we don't trust him anymore.
Some of those folks were accused of very serious crimes that you just ran through, and also that the folks that were trespassing on January 6th, I mean, the legal system essentially adjudicated what they deserved. They were tried, and many of them were convicted. Some of their cases are still being figured out, but they went through a legal process. I don't know if all of that falls on Christopher Wray. Nevertheless,
the largest spend of resources in America's history, the biggest spend of resources, the largest
perhaps one of the biggest stains in its history as well is what happened on January 6th. Nevertheless, sir, we brought you on to talk about Pete Hegseth, and I want to ask you about that before we go, sir.
Okay.
You've expressed support for Hegseth as the Secretary of Defense, arguing that he's been wrongly criticized as a lightweight. The Department of Defense is the biggest employer in the country. There's something like 2 million service members, plus hundreds of thousands of civilian employees and contractors. He was criticized by several former colleagues spanning years in different organizations for having issues related to financial mismanagement, sexism, and alcohol abuse. Do you think that there's a candidate out there who perhaps has more managerial qualifications and doesn't have those lingering accusations that would have a better chance of getting confirmed?
Yeah, we don't need a manager, we need a leader. And anyone can find an excuse. Leaders find a way. Pete Hegseth's going to find a way to get the military focused on its mission. He came direct from combat experience. Not in any other, in line infantry units. He served in line infantry units in combat. And that's the kind of laser focus that we need in our military. We currently have a Secretary of Defense who led in combat, but now as Secretary of Defense thinks the biggest threat to national security is climate change. Go work at NOAA, go work at the EPA, but don't lead our military. We need a military that's laser focused on its mission to be able to fight and win wars. And when they're strong and lethal and focused, they deter wars and they equip the State Department for success. Right now, they've been undermined at every turn. And Biden administration's picked weak leaders. They've shown a weak presence on the world stage. They've evacuated 11 embassies during this administration, and it's time for change. Donald Trump is going to be the leader we need as commander-in-chief, and he's picked somebody he trusts from the outside. Remember, same thing. He tried the insiders, tried Mad Dog Mattis, didn't get reformed, tried the insider lobbyist guy, Mark Esper, didn't get reformed, so he's going with a proven outsider. Pete Hegseth will get the reform we need.
Congressman Warren Davidson, we have to leave the conversation there. We appreciate you sharing your perspective with us.
Thank you.
You have me a Red Bull.
Still ahead, fighting for control of Syria now that Assad is gone. We look at what the dictator's fall means for the future of this country.
This
holiday season. Give the gift of health with Aquasana. You'd be surprised to learn how many impurities are in tap water. Everything from viruses to lead, PFAS, pesticides, and other contaminants. No one wants that. What you do want for you and your family is healthy drinking water. And it all starts with Aquasana. Aquasana water filters remove that stuff and leave you with clean, odor-free, great-tasting water. You'll enjoy an immediate difference. Water filtration systems are also eco-friendly. Aquasana has
And autopilot say, goddamn, where am I going?
reviews from customers like you who want to drink with confidence. Healthy living starts with healthy water, and there's no better time to make the switch. Visit aquasana.com today and use promo code HOLIDAY to get up to 60% off. Promo code HOLIDAY. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
This is it, your last chance for holiday gifts from Untuck in time for Christmas. Just go to Untuck where everything is 25% off for a limited time. With more than 30 fit combinations, Untuck has gifts for guys of all shapes and sizes. We've even got a line for her. So now is the time to find the perfect holiday presents with 25% off everything at Untuck.com.
They got 1, 2, 3 tunnels
just make guys look better for the holidays.
They must have found a street.
Hey, dog lovers, I'm Carl with Chewworks. Chewing can be a great physical and mental outlet for dogs. There are dangers of choking and blockage, plus most chews contain harmful chemicals. We started Chewworks so we could make chewing safer and healthier for dogs. Our patented Hold a Chew is a chewable chew stick holder that helps prevent choking and GI blockage, makes it easier for dogs to chew. Our 100% collagen rolls are beneficial to joints, teeth, and coat, and they're ride-free and chemical-free. They're made in Wisconsin from Midwest cattle, and they're white in color, which is the color of beef collagen in its natural state. You may wonder why most collagen chews are dark in color, as do I. We also have premium
imagine how many resources they use now.
Makes a great holiday gift.
And it's all
Go to Chewworks.com and take 25% on all starter packs and gift packs. Look for the pop-up with the discount code. That's Chewworks.com. This product is not intended to diagnose, cure, or prevent any disease. The holidays are joyous, so why are you so
copper,
stressed?
zinc,
Did you find
gold,
out that your supplements are
silver.
both fillers like the rest? Big box brands cutting corners, but one brand stays true to you. Premier Research Labs is backed by thousands of 5-star reviews. Sleep, energy, and stress all go hand in hand. The Holiday Wellness Essentials Bundle supports all three and is 15% off at prlabs.com or on Amazon. Premier Research Labs.
You didn't start a business to babysit your poorest performing employees. That's exactly why I started my business, so you don't have to. Hi, I'm Alan Jones, founder and CEO of Bambi. I created Bambi so small business owners can take back control of their business. Need to fire a poor performing
I think the sheep and the lamb are having a company.
Well, they have harmed our clients
They have little things on there where you can have an AI best friend,
luring adolescents
you can have an
into a
AI
false sense of
girlfriend,
security,
boyfriend.
and encouraging them to commit heinous acts of self-harm to themselves and harm to others. This is not an accident. This is not a coincidence. This is what the product is designed to do, and it needs to be taken off the market until it can ensure the public that it's safe.
You believe character AI is designed to lure teens into committing self-harm?
Character AI is designed, first of all, to attract teens, and if you look at how the bots work, it is very much geared toward advocating self-harm. This child, this 15, 16-year-old child, was affirmatively directed with content telling him, content generated by character AI, telling him to cut himself, telling him to harm himself, telling him to forget his
this motherfucker right here is so good about himself. Trying to go around everybody and then they'll never stop. So something must be going on over there.
But it's right there.
Going on outside the road,
Argument
he's having to
might
back
be
up.
that just like with any other potentially hazardous content or material, that parents are ultimately responsible for what their kids consume. How would you say that's different in this case?
Well, in this case, parents, and in many cases, parents are.
He's trying to get in between this truck. The truck ain't gonna back up.
This family didn't allow their child on social media, unbeknownst to him. without any age verification or without any parental consent. Character AI engaged with this child, and they did not know that he was engaging with Character AI until they physically removed the phone from him. And even then, the platform was designed to be difficult, make it difficult for parents to pet with their kids.
I'm gonna look on this side over here. Can you see anything?
I don't know. I can see right there.
Artificial intelligence, or were they aware of any of the other previous issues that this company and other AI chatbots have had?
They were not. It was not until the filing of the Garcia case involving the Sul Center who took his life that the mother even realized that there was a bot here that was engaging in these terrible acts.
And quickly, Matthew, what would you like to see the company do?
You don't see anything?
I'd like to see them shut it down. It has no business in the hands of young people.
And it's a bunch of vehicles?
That can accrue to a young person from being online. They need to shut it down until they can prove that only people 18 and older are using it. It is a clear and present danger to young people in America. It needs to be shut down. It needs to be shut down before no more kids suffer the kind of harms that we're seeing here.
Matthew Bergman, it really is a cutting-edge, unprecedented case. We appreciate you sharing your insights on it, and we hope you'll come back to discuss whatever comes out of the court case.
Well, thank you very much.
Up next, that kayaker who faked his death and abandoned his family has returned from Europe and turned himself into police in Wisconsin. He was actually just in court. The latest right after this.
Yeah, it looks like emergency vehicles down there. Maybe about a quarter mile down. I don't see any traffic coming this way.
And not your personal credit. Access up to $250,000 in as fast as one business step. Once approved, funds are available on demand. Draw funds into your business bank account and only pay for what you use. There are no application fees, no origination fees, no maintenance fees, and no draw fees. The revenued Flex line is a revolving line where available funds replenish as payments are made. Don't let cash flow issues hold you back.
Here comes this motherfucker. This is the motherfucker that tried. Supposed to call himself trying to go down here, and then he saw that we were all stopped. So then he was the one that was in the lane over. He had to back his shit all the way up and then pull it over.
Yeah, he's coming down here to be nuts.
With more than 800 five-star.
Yep, look like they got an accident down there or something.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I haven't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're gonna take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-613-8836,
Huh?
800-613-8836.
I haven't seen any tweezers anywhere. You got any in your purse?
Maybe.
Actual client compensated
You check the backpack?
Employees to fill positions in your company.
Check your purse?
But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/news. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, and actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate.
You don't want this, right?
That's right.
It's just a little bit new.
Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/news. That's ZipRecruiter.com/news.
It's probably in the pocket of one of my shorts.
This holiday season, find the perfect gift at @SevenHeart_. From the latest fashion to expert-approved tech to the best beauty finds. Discover it all at _.com.
A man accused of faking his own drowning and then abandoning his family and fleeing to Europe is now in police custody in Wisconsin. It's according to the county sheriff's office there. Investigators today
So,
new details.
that was illegal? I guess faking your own death is illegal.
Plan and motivations for this scheme.
Yeah,
Why he didn't just leave?
Whitney Wild is following these developments after an update from county officials. This has been such a wild story. What can you tell us?
Yeah, I think that is the perfect way to put it. So let me just back up and give people an understanding of what happened, because it's pretty complicated and it unfolded over a couple of weeks. So on August 11th, Ryan Borgward, a Wisconsin man, drove about an hour north of his home and pretended to go fishing in a lake called Green Lake. It's the deepest lake in Wisconsin. He intended to fake a drowning. So what he did was he tipped over his kayak, he dumped his cell phone, dumped a tackle box, dumped a fishing pole in the water, and then he took off on an e-bike. And then he took his e-bike to a bus, the bus to a plane to Toronto, and then he flew, according to a criminal complaint we got in just minutes ago, flew from Toronto to Paris, where he then boarded another flight to Asia. Investigators are not saying which country he traveled to, only saying that he landed in Asia. Again, this is coming from this criminal complaint we just got in. Here's a quote. Ryan stated at the airport he sent an email to an adult female that he had arrived. He waited about an hour for her to come pick him up. And once she picked him up, they went to a hotel for a couple of days. This search has been going on, obviously, for several months. In November, law enforcement was able to contact him, Brianna and Boris. They were able to
just leave?
show he was alive and that he was okay. Over that month, they tried to establish this really strong rapport, trying to convince him to come home. Here's what the sheriff says happened next.
On December 10th, Ryan arrived on U.S. soil. He was then booked into the correctional facility and is awaiting his initial court appearance. And when my press conferences, I said, could be a really good Christmas.
What they have been trying to do this whole time, Brianna and Boris, is appeal to his heart, saying you can come home, your family will forgive you, and come home, at least be there for your kids for Christmas. Apparently, that empathy worked because he came on his own, turned himself in to the sheriff's office yesterday, guys.
Now, nigga, Joe, he ain't gonna be out by Christmas.
Enforcement officials have been working with this family who has just been obviously distraught, especially those kids. You can only imagine. And I think we saw that emotion come out there. Whitney Wild, thank you so much. We'll be right back with more news.
Hi, it's Jimmy Fallon, and I'm hopping channel to channel, spreading Christmas joy all over Sirius XM. Here are a variety of holiday mixes handpicked and hosted by me.
If you want to lay down, maybe in the back, I can watch people
so
out.
many different genres. Yacht rock,
Then get you some rest.
country, pop, soul, disco, and many more.
You're so beautiful with your hair now.
Jimmy Fallon's 12 Days of Christmas. Listen to my holiday mixes in the Sirius XM app. Search Jimmy Fallon.
This is it, your last chance for holiday gifts from Untuck It in time for Christmas. Just go to Untuck It, where everything is 25% off for a limited time. With more than 30 fit combinations, Untuck It has gifts for guys of all shapes and sizes. We've even got a line for her. So now's the time to find the perfect holiday presents with 25% off everything at untuckit.com and 80 plus stores. Untuck It, we just make guys look better for the holidays.
This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The holidays are joyous, so why are you so stressed? Did you find out that your supplements are full of fillers like the rest? Big box brands cutting corners, but one brand stays true to you. Premier Research Labs is backed by thousands of 5-star reviews. Sleep, energy, and stress all go hand in hand. The Holiday Wellness Essentials Bundle supports all three and is 15% off at prlabs.com or on Amazon. Premier Research Labs.
Hey dog lovers, I'm Carl with ChewWorks, and we have a safer and healthier way for dogs to chew. Our patented Hold to Chew is a chewable chew stick holder, prevents choking and GI blockage, also makes it easier for dogs to chew. Our collagen rolls and bully sticks are rawhide free and chemical free. Makes a great gift. Go to chewworks.com and save 25% on all starter packs and gift packs. Look for the pop-up. That's chewworks.com.
SiriusXM Pop Rocks serves up those undeniable 90s anthems, 2K hits, and today's fresh pop finds. Pop Rocks. Turn it up now on Channel 6 and anytime in the SiriusXM app.
This is SiriusXM. SiriusXM.
And finally, today, the annual Nikon Comedy Wildlife Photography Awards. They're not the overall winner out of 9,000 entries, the most in contest history.
This is the winner. Stuck Squirrel by Milko Marchetti, taken in Italy. Marchetti said he caught the exact moment when the red squirrel let his back legs free from the tree to enter inside of it. Some of the other winners include Back Off My Bird, a couple of penguins that looked like they were about to get into fisticuffs, and an eagle whose feathers were very much ruffled. Looks like me at the end of 3 hours of CNN News Central. This is the 10th year for the contest. It's always fun to watch.
Always fun. And the lead with Jake Tapper starts now. The forensic test results are in and they are damning. The lead starts right now. A positive match, the gun and shell casings,
they got his
fingerprints, and the suspect himself sitting behind bars. The brand new details from detectives adding new layers in the case of the CEO's murder in cold blood as the suspected killer's manifesto also cements possible motive.
He must have wanted to be caught.
A truly stunning
Right, he made too many mistakes.
A padlocked prison cell shot open, only to discover an inmate alive inside. CNN cameras were there as it happened, and you will see that moment first here on the lead. And then President Trump hired him in 2017, presumably for a traditional 10-year term. But now FBI Director Christopher Wray is announcing plans to resign before that term is over under pressure from Trump, who wants to replace Wray with a new, much more pliant and controversial choice.
If I had a drone, if I had my drone, I could fly it up there and see what's going on.
Welcome to the lead. I'm Jake Tapper. Lots of fast-moving and major developments today in the case against Luigi Mangione, the man accused of killing UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson. The latest, the NYPD commissioner says the gun found on Mangione in Pennsylvania on Monday matches the shell casings that were discovered at the crime scene last week. According to law enforcement, Mangione's fingerprints were found on evidence discovered at the scene of the assassination. The first forensic match directly tying the suspect to the scene in Manhattan where Thompson was shot 1 week ago. The suspect's lawyer, however, saying that he will plead not guilty. Police right now are looking closely at the suspect's writings that they discovered in a spiral notebook. Sources say some of those notes actually reference his plans to kill, while other notes reference his back pain from a 2023 back injury. Police are investigating whether the insurance industry either denied or claimed.
This dude right here, he walked way down there.
Even though the victim in this case was a husband and father of two,
you in the middle of the motherfucking street, dude.
Many Americans to express anger at the health insurance industry and even fandom of the suspected killer himself. The sentiment shaking up corporations across the nation. They are scrambling
to protect their senior executives as police warn of an elevated threat against business leaders. CNN's Bryn Gingras takes a look now at where the investigation stands.
You have 6 hours and 5 minutes of remaining drive time.
In the months leading up to the murder.
While Luigi Mangione sits alone in a Pennsylvania jail cell, police say they now have crucial connections between the 26-year-old and Manhattan crime scene. First,
That full hog was nasty. There must have been that smoke that we saw.
Maybe.
We have to find out. Come on, I'll rope it.
All right, I'm ready.
Match evidence found where UnitedHealth CEO Brian Thompson was
All right, let's see what's going on. Why it's been holding up? It's got to be an accident up here or something.
Sources also tell CNN a to-do list on how to carry out a killing was found in the pages of a spiral notebook, along with notes justifying the plan, suggesting what could be better to kill the CEO at his own bean counting conference.
That full hog stinks, sweetheart.
The links come as Mangione's attorney continues to fight extradition to New York.
I can't yet. Says that he's shooting.
Investigators are also working to track his whereabouts days, weeks, months before the murder.
Oh my God! Look at that car.
That is what we saw on fire.
Sheesh.
Don't them
That thing
motherfuckers
is
down
burnt to a crisp.
down to the motherfucking.
Guys, drive safe out there. Where's the other car?
Police wondering in her back history in July 2023 were a list of ailments like brain fog, Lyme disease, posted on a Reddit account believed to be Mangione's, point to a motive.
So we're looking into whether or not the insurance industry either denied a claim from him or didn't help him out to the fullest extent.
And Kayaker, Mangione's defense attorney, say that he hasn't seen any evidence that links Mangione to the crime scene. Well, now you have the ballistics from the gun, the fingerprints, the fake ID they found on him, in addition to all that video, some of which was released by police. Of course, that is now all going to be used by prosecutors at the next court hearing as they try to work to get Mangione back here to New York to face the murder charge. And it is worth noting, Jake, that we've reached out to Mangione's defense attorney with this new development about this evidence, and we have not heard back. Jake.
All right, Bryn Gingras, thanks so much. Let's discuss all of this. Chief Law Enforcement Analyst Matt Miller, former Special Agent at the ATF in New York, John DeVito, and Criminal Defense Attorney Stacey Schneider. John, to you first. Bring us inside the investigation. What are your sources telling you?
Well, the match of the fingerprint, which occurred yesterday, the match of the ballistics, which occurred today, and John DeVito can tell you how that's done, because when he was the ATF Special Agent in charge, he actually gave NYPD direct access to the kind of technology they could do that with. But those two things pull a lot together. You've got a suspect in a gun in Pennsylvania. He's got that gun matched to shell casings found in the murder. You've got a suspect in jail in Pennsylvania, and now his prints matched to prints found in the murder. So the whole idea
Should be a slam dunk case, right?
suspect of how do you know starts to close in on this technology. The third piece to follow will be DNA.
And John, police said the suspect wrote in a notebook that using a bomb against his intended victim, quote, could kill innocents, unquote, but shooting would be more targeted, saying what could be better than, quote, to kill the CEO at his own bean counting conference, unquote. The CEO was, of course, killed while in New York attending his company's investor conference. This writing was very specific. How helpful is that to the investigation?
Well, it's very helpful. It goes to motive. And, of course, it is in and of itself.
Shouts out to Alejandro Cruz. Hola.
He wrote, which we've sometimes referred to as a manifesto.
¿Cómo estás?
to-do lists and things that need to be accomplished, but also these writings about Ted Kaczynski and the Unabomber and comparing himself with his justification of how to do this murder and where.
John DeVito, your take on this?
Well, at the end of the day, you're looking at a amount of evidence, but still investigators are still working hard to put the best case forward. Because at the end of the day, the suspect in custody, is still innocent until proven guilty. So as John Miller was speaking about earlier, we're bringing all of our experts to the table. They've done a comparison microscope ballistics test on the firearm in question, so we know it's the same firearm that fired the deadly rounds. And at the end of the day, that we're going to put all these pieces together and bring the best possible case together against the suspect.
Stacey, let's take a listen to what the suspect's lawyer said last night to CNN's Caitlin Collins.
Well, I haven't seen any evidence they have the right guy. I can tell you that much. There's identification issues that are present, and so I don't, like I said, this is why I need to look at some things, and they need to convince me.
This morning, that attorney reiterated he had not seen the evidence, including writings police said were in the suspect's possession at the time of the arrest. Help us understand what this Altoona attorney just walked into. When is he going to see this evidence?
Well, the funny part here about what he's saying is that he hasn't seen the evidence is he's a Pennsylvania attorney representing Mangione in Pennsylvania and not on the murder charges. So there'd be no real reason for the New York authorities to dump their evidence onto the Pennsylvania attorney and show it to him before he's even been arraigned in New York. And I think it's a really bad strategy call on the part of the Pennsylvania attorney not to allow his client to be returned to New York or extradited to New York, because right now a New York attorney could be working on investigating the case and working it up. There are all kinds of things coming out now about his health, which may lead to an insanity type of defense, which is an affirmative defense that the defense has to present. All these Reddit posts that are coming out now about possible Lyme disease, the pain he was undergoing. I've spoken to surgeons regarding this matter, and they say that a surgery can actually unmask an underlying condition, and we don't know if this particular defendant, and again, innocent until proven guilty, and he's going to plead not guilty when he gets to New York, as his attorney has said, and it might not be this attorney again, but we have to look at what kind of defense he can possibly mount. And it looks like right now that there's something going on in Mangione's background. For someone to have such a stellar reputation and then to disappear or go dark from their family and friends over 6 months, what was going on for him during those 6 months? And it's important that an attorney in New York who's going to be representing him in a murder charge, a second-degree murder, begins investigating these things, begins going to the hostel where he unmasked, allegedly, in front of the female clerk there when he was flirting, and going to the Starbucks where he was and looking for witnesses and looking for additional types of evidence. He's wasting time sitting in Pennsylvania on those lesser charges. He should be facing the music in New York. The New York charges are not going away. He is going to be brought to New York at some point in time.
Is that where it happened in New York?
I think it's better that he come here sooner rather than later and start preparing a defense.
All right, thanks all. Appreciate it.
So they're saying that the defense is collecting evidence that can help him along the way.
Mangione may have been dealing with in terms of
What's happening is that they hired him when he got arrested in Pennsylvania. He was hired by somebody or some people to be this kid's attorney. And while he's this kid's attorney, kid, for whatever reason, this man, for whatever reason, isn't helping to extradite him to New York. The longer it takes for them to extradite him to New York, the longer it's going to take, because this guy is a Pennsylvania attorney and not a New York attorney. He's delaying the time that a defense attorney in New York would have to prepare their case.
Gotcha.
What they're saying is that this kid had Lyme disease, he had back issues, he has some other brain stuff. They said they were looking at some posts, so they're thinking it might be a mental breakdown. They're saying this guy is complete temporary insanity. I don't know. But, like they said, he unmasked to talk to a female clerk. They don't know why. But on her side of it, the defense attorney that they hired in Philly, he's probably trying to drag his feet because every time he goes there to see a client or every hour that he's working on this kid's case, even if it's for smaller charges, because he's going to be, he has a case as far as fake IDs and, because that's illegal, fake IDs and passports is forgery. So then it's a crime, but you have this Pennsylvania attorney helping with those smaller charges. I mean, regardless of what the hell is found out, they're still going to send his ass to New York for the murder charges. And the whole time that he spends in Pennsylvania, the New York district attorney or the New York prosecutor is just getting all kind of evidence and all kind of shit together. The defense attorney can't do shit. His only excuse is, my client is innocent until proven guilty, and I haven't seen any evidence that shows that he linked this guy to the crime or that he would have had a motive to do it. The problem is that you're not his attorney for murder charges. Right. You're his attorney for forgery charges. Yeah. So the New York prosecutor doesn't have to show you any of that shit because you're not fighting that case.
In which the attorney is requesting to see this information?
Right. The attorney says that nobody has shown him any of the evidence that they have on this kid. But they're not going to show you that because you're not defending him against murder charge. You're defending him against perjury.
So when you sign that paper, when you fight extradition or you agree to extradition, he's fighting extradition?
I don't know. Whatever the reason is, a delay on extradition. I think
they ask you.
Right, and I'm assuming that the attorney told this kid that he didn't want to be extradited yet, probably because he wants to fight against the forgery charges. Because this is what happens. If they extradite this kid to New York, that attorney that's in Pennsylvania won't see any more money because he won't be fighting this kid's case.
Right.
So he loses out on money there. Now, once they try him and this guy goes to court, unless he pleads out, he's going to end up being, the case is going to be revolving for at least 1 or 2 years. Yeah. Once he's been arrested for those charges, then technically he can be sent back to Pennsylvania for the other charges.
Right.
Which means that this attorney ain't going to see a lick of money from this forgery case for at least 2-3 years. That's not what he wants. He wants to get paid and fight these forgery charges.
Shouts out to James. He said, "What's up, guys?" He said, "That's a fact." He said, "She should have been a lawyer."
And other internet-connected devices.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. What's your perfect night? Maybe you're settled in home alone, or with loved ones, covered in blankets, about to watch your favorite show. It's cozy, it's calm, and you're ready for a perfect night in. Therapy can feel a bit like that. A place for comfort. A time where you replenish.
I don't think it really matters to the kid either way it goes. I'm assuming that he had to have purposely left off this stuff. Because you etched words on 3 bullet cases. 2 of them were shot, so there were 2 empty casings. The other one was one of the bullets that got jammed, so he unjammed it and left it there. So you wasn't trying to hide this shit at all.
Visit BetterHelp.com/CNN today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp. H-E-L.
James said he just got out the woods, just raining bad. Where you at, James? He said he just got out the woods.
All day.
It was raining really bad.
All day.
Get out of there, James.
Whoa. No, if he's up in Washington, Oregon, they give you that film. Remember I showed that storm?
Yep.
OmahaSteaks.com. And even better, score an extra $30 off with promo code CNN. Omaha Steaks has been providing the world's best steak experience for 5 generations, and their assorted packages are amazing. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more. At Omaha
Omaha states to the top of your gift list and save 50% off site-wide for a limited time at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code CNN. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com and an extra $30 off with promo code CNN. Minimum purchase may apply.
Do you have shoeboxes full of cool video games and photos? Starting now, SiriusXM listeners get access to our best last-minute holiday deals from LiveStream. Get your family's videotapes converted for just $9, and photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents each, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy.
Said he in New York, said been deer hunting.
Oh, yeah, deer hunting.
Deer hunting with the wife before she went to work. The wife had to nail a deer before she went to work. There you go.
Right. Get anything?
You guys get anything?
Just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media. It's the most meaningful gift you can get this holiday season. Take advantage of this exclusive last-minute holiday offer from Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/XM. That's legacybox.com/XM.
It's Mad Dog Unleashed with Christopher Mad Dog Russo. Hear the passion. Hear the knowledge. Folks, it's about to hear the personality. Mad Dog Unleashed. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Back with more internationally on the CEO killing. Wanted posters showing the images and names of healthcare executives are popping up across New York City. We're blurring out the faces. Some of them read wanted, denying medical care for corporate profit healthcare CEOs should not feel safe.
Thank you.
Yep.
NYPD intelligence report called The Killing of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson, a symbolic takedown. The NYPD is warning that the murder could inspire others to act violently towards other business leaders. Let's talk about this with Dave Cohen, who was the vice president and chief security officer at the Boeing company. Dave, these posters show the faces of and name specific executives. Obviously, it's chilling. Are these executives in real danger, or are people just thinking?
Well, thanks for having me on, Jake. And yes, I think that these executives and their security organizations need to take these posters seriously. We're in an environment right now that's been supercharged around this event. There's a lot of angst that's been shown towards the healthcare industry and others. And I think it would be prudent for those executives to pay attention to these.
How serious is the threat of a copycat crime?
I think it needs to be taken seriously. This suspect has gotten a monumental amount of media coverage.
Y'all need to stop talking about
And we
it.
know that there's people out there that
Somebody gonna say, "Oh yeah,
like this and say,
I forgot to Google that."
I'm that for myself. And so
How about,
I think
oh
it's
yeah, he
something
got,
that security
if he was
organizations are looking at,
he could
taking
have got away with
seriously.
it.
Right.
Maybe I should get away with it.
Is there something that, I mean, obviously, this is a huge story, the murder of a CEO in broad daylight. Is there something that you think we in the news media should be doing differently as we cover?
Well, no, it's a story, and it's an unusual story. This is not an occurrence that happens every day. And so when you have kind of a low-frequency, really high-impact tragedy like this, it is, of course, news. So I'm not pointing any fingers at the media, but what I'm saying is
Bishop,
there are people out
California.
there that are seeing in some
Welcome
ways
to
how this
Bishop,
individual
California,
has been brought
guys.
by, not necessarily in the media.
You get a $1,000 fine for littering.
Those people who agree with the position.
Population, we don't know.
Which is tragic.
We don't.
Oh,
So,
3,375.
but because of that type of coverage, I think that will be appealing potentially to people out there who are looking and saying, well, I would like my 15 minutes of fame. I'm going to look to do something like
What's
this too.
this?
And I've got somebody in my city, somebody in my area that would meet this profile. So I'm going to see if I can do something similar.
That might
Let
be
me
the guy
ask
you
you,
switched
Massachusetts
with. Oh,
Democratic
that's
Senator Elizabeth
No,
Warren,
he's
who's a
going
vocal
opposite way.
critic of the health insurance industry, told the Huffington Post, quote, violence is never the answer,
I think that's
but
that
people
one that
can
was
be
there.
pushed only so far. This is
Oh,
a
that
right
was
that is
good too.
hard enough
Yeah,
to
he
lose
got
faith in
knocked
the
out,
ability
so.
of their government to make change, lose faith in the ability of the people who are providing the health care to make change, and start to take matters into their own hands in ways that will ultimately possibly be a threat to everyone, unquote. What do you make of that?
Well, I think that that's a fair statement. I'm not sure that there's anyone that would be listening to this broadcast today that is not having negative. Something like this has come to a head. The taking of someone's life over it, however, I don't think is obviously the right way to go and get those concerns addressed.
As we talk about threats against corporate leaders, we should note that earlier today, the U.S. Capitol Police Chief revealed that more than 50 members of Congress have been victims of swatting attacks in the past month, and more than 700 investigations into threats of their lives, members of Congress in the past month. Is there an increase in threats against people in positions of power, or
they say rodeo Memorial Day weekend?
I think it's a combination of both. I think it is, yes, there is a more
Walk down the street with
an atmosphere where threats
gas
are
in it.
coming more frequently, but there's also more transparency around those threats. People have more access to them, they're shared more widely when they occur, and so I really do believe that it has an additive effect on this. And just what's going on in our normal day-to-day lives, this has just become, unfortunately, part of the environment in which we live.
All right, Dave, Commandant, thank you so much. Appreciate it. A big announcement today from FBI Director Chris Wray, the man Donald Trump put in place the first time he was president to be FBI Director for a traditional 10-year term. Now Trump wants him out. They run for a much more controversial name. How Chris Wray is clearing the way to make that happen. That's next.
For Kids accepts all kinds of real estate donations. Turn your challenging or unused property into a brighter future for kids and get a tax deduction from the full price value of your property.
Oh, you got a race car motor in that one.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2024.
Imagine relying on a dozen different software programs to run your business, none of which are connected, and each one more expensive and more complicated than the last. It can be pretty stressful. Now, imagine Odoo. Odoo has all
they got the bowling alley.
and they're all connected on one platform.
The old bowling.
Let Odoo harmonize your business with simple, efficient software that can handle everything for a fraction of the price. Sign up today at Odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
If you host and stream live events on video, can you really trust your video platform? Does it get nervous when it gets in front of an audience? Does it have performance anxiety when thousands are watching? Does it play dead when it should be playing video? Switch to Breakcode, the world's most trusted video engagement platform for business, so you can scale without fail. Because high-stakes events call for high-performance training, not flop sweat. Learn more at breakcode.com.
It's not every day you encounter a note, unless you are already taking armored colostrum. This potent 300-million-year-old superfood has over 400 nutrients that catalyze 1,000 plus benefits you can see and feel. Imagine stronger immunity, easy bloating, radiant skin, vitalized hair, stronger recovery and performance, elevated mood and focus. And that's just the start. Health Revival begins with just 4 scoops daily, taken directly in your mouth, a glass of water, and mixed with your favorite cool beverage. With Armor, transform your health at the cellular level and unlock the view of your finest imagination. Go to armor.com and enter code XMRadio to get 30% off your first subscription order. That's ARMRA.com, code XMRadio. That's armor.com and enter code XMRadio to get 30% off your first subscription order. That's ARMRA.com, code XMRadio.
These statements have been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any
got
disease.
25% off.
Did you know that your largest investment asset might not be your retirement account or home? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. Most people don't realize that their life insurance policy is actually an asset they can sell. But for almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. We even created a free policy value calculator at abacusdays.com so you can find out in seconds what we might pay for your policy. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Knowing the value of your life insurance policy is as important as knowing the value of your home, your equity portfolio, or your finances in total. Discover the valuable information you need to understand the current market value for your life insurance, and then get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Visit abacuspays.com to learn more and use our free policy value calculator today.
Weeknights at 8 Eastern on CNN. And for joining us yet more new developers, it's Anderson Cooper 360, Sirius XM 116. This is Sirius XM Radio.
After weeks of careful thought, I've decided the right thing for the Bureau is for me to serve until the end of the current administration in January, and then step down. That was Trump-nominated FBI Director Christopher Wray announcing his plan to resign about 3 years before the traditional 10-year term was set to end. Wray is leaving under pressure from Trump to leave. Trump has been pressuring him to make way for the non-traditional Patel, whom you may remember said this in September.
I'd shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one and reopening the next day as a museum of the deep state.
Huh? I don't know. Let's bring in some expert voices. Evan Pettis, let me start with you. Why did Wray choose now to announce his resignation, and who takes over January 20th, January 21st?
Well, he was thinking about this, trying to figure out when would be the right time. And part of the consideration here is that you saw in recent days Republicans beginning to lash out at the Bureau, attacking the Bureau. Really, they were trying to make it clear to Chris Wray that it wasn't just Donald Trump who wanted him out, that Republicans had lost confidence in him. And so what you see in Wray's remarks today at the FBI headquarters was a realization that they were going to start attacking the Bureau, and he felt that this was the best way to get out of the way to make sure that that didn't happen. Paul Abate is the deputy director. He's a career agent.
Yeah, he's going to be out of a job. Might as well quit right
by April of next year. So Trump will really have a chance to remake the Bureau from the top when he takes office.
Tom DeBree, you work for the Department of Justice, which works closely with the FBI. I'm sure you know a lot of FBI agents and officials. How do you think FBI rank and file are feeling today?
Well, I think there's a lot of loyalty within the organization to their director. He served for about 7 years, and you would expect he's forged a lot of personal relationships. So, and we saw people crying at the announcement today. So clearly there are a lot of people who feel strong personal cash. And he's promising as president for people, particularly who served a long time in the FBI, along with changing the organizational structure, maybe even changing the location of the Bureau itself, causes a good deal of uncertainty.
And Kristen Holmes, this afternoon, President-elect Trump responded saying that FBI Director Wray's resignation, quote, will end the weaponization of what has become known as the United States Department of Injustice. I don't think it's become known as that. How much pressure publicly and behind the scenes did Trump put on Wray in recent weeks? This is essentially the second FBI director that Trump has fired, right?
Yeah, and to be clear, there really didn't need to be much pressure put on privately since most of this was done in the public.
I thought he couldn't fire people like that.
With Wray's job wasn't up for another 3 years. It's not as much public pressure as you could put on someone.
I thought it had to go through the House of Representatives
they resign
before he fired. So
he fired. Donald Trump was asked about that on Sunday during an interview, where he essentially said, look, I put Kash Patel, I made Kash Patel resign while leaving the FBI, and that would go to show you, for good reason, that job needs to be open by the time Kash Patel gets there, meaning Christopher Wray would either have to resign or I would fire him. And Donald Trump has had a real turn-in with Christopher Wray, the person that he himself appointed to this job, particularly after that 2022 search of his Mar-a-Lago home for classified documents that ultimately led to his indictment in 2023. It was just a matter of time, and Donald Trump's team is celebrating the fact that Christopher Wray decided to go down this path of resignation rather than waiting to be fired by Donald Trump.
And former Attorney General Bill Barr threatened to quit when Trump first threatened to fire Wray back in his first term, first reported by Business Insider. Now we're going to see Pam Bondi, if she's confirmed as the Attorney General, and Kash Patel, if he's confirmed as the FBI Director. How different will it be, the dynamic that is traditional when it comes to the President, the FBI, and the DOJ, and what we're going to see in the second Trump term?
Well, if there's one word that would define the forthcoming Trump term, I think untraditional is probably a pretty good word for it. The president has made no secret that he does envision a fundamentally different relationship between FBI.
He said he loved the cars we got on the dash. He got a 6-pointer yesterday. She got an 8-pointer today.
Someone outside of partisan politics. That's why Congress made the FBI director almost unique in our federal system, that they have a 10-year term.
6
The
points
Attorney General doesn't get a 10-year term. But unfortunately, for better or worse, the FBI director in years past has become embroiled at the epicenter of political controversies, which is why we see what happened
today. That's a good old eat
right
right there.
So I think what we're going to see in the next Trump term is one where there's a much closer working political relationship between the White House and law enforcement than there's been in the past.
I should note, Evan, as you and I were discussing during the commercial, presidents have historically found the FBI director and even in many cases their own attorneys general to be thorns in their side. I can't think of one that didn't at one point or another clash with them. That's what the job is supposed to be. I don't think that's what we're going to get.
No, exactly. I mean, the job is supposed to be that you say no when there's bad ideas or something that is not legal, and you're not supposed to love your FBI director. I mean, that's traditionally there's been that tension, right? And what we've seen clearly from Donald Trump is that he was an FBI director out there.
What's up, Jeff?
With Chris Wray, and Chris Wray wasn't on television during his first term defending him, which
is that like what, Jeff?
Right, it's not a thing, and especially Chris Wray, who is, you know, kind of a more quiet presence, doesn't do television, doesn't like media.
Yeah, a nation of men, not laws. I guess thanks to both of you and to Kristen Holmes. We're back with that big exclusive. A male accuser of Sean Diddy Combs sharing his claims with CNN. Hear his story first.
This nigga that went on CNN.
Told everybody that somebody playing with him.
What does the future hold for business? Ask 9 experts
Okay,
and
my
you'll
dog
get 10
said, where
answers.
did he touch you at?
Market. It's a bear market. Rates will rise or fall. Inflation's up
This
or
dude probably
down.
older than
Can
Diddy.
someone invent a crystal ball? Until then, over 40,000 businesses have future-proofed their business with NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud ERP, bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, and HR into one fluid platform. With one unified business management suite, there's one source of truth, giving you the visibility and control you need to make quick decisions. With real-time insights and forecasting, you're peering into the future with actionable data. When you're closing the books in days, not weeks, you're spending less time looking backwards and more time on what's next. Whether your company is earning millions or even hundreds of millions, NetSuite helps you respond to immediate challenges and seize your biggest opportunities. Download the CFO's Guide to AI and Machine Learning for free at netsuite.com/CNN. That's netsuite.com/CNN. netsuite.com/CNN.
In a crisis, your #1 need is food. FEMA and the Red Cross both say that having a backup supply of food on hand is essential in a crisis. We see new disasters every night on TV, yet many Americans don't have enough food to outlast a real crisis. Now's the time to stock up. Right now, you can get 2 free 1-week survival food kits at freefood123.com. That's right. When you buy a single 1-week survival food kit, you'll get 2 more absolutely
still gotta go
free.
to the office.
No coupon codes. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Just go to freefood123.com to claim your free survival food. These are delicious, flavorful survival meals designed to last 25 years. But you have to hurry.
25-year-old survival pack.
And soon it may not be back for a while. Head over to freefood123.com now to claim your 2 free survival food kits.
So we ain't gonna be without no survival kit.
Eating healthy, doing all the right things, but still not seeing the right result? Well, it could all be down to your metabolism. There's a way of understanding how your nutrition and lifestyle fit into the bigger picture. Learn how your body shifts from burning carbs to burning fat for energy with Lumen. Go to lumen.me right now for 30% off. Lumen is the world's first handheld metabolic coach. It takes just a single breath first thing in the morning, and Lumen immediately analyzes your metabolism, telling you if you're burning fat or carbs, and gives you tailored guidance to improve nutrition, workouts, sleep, and stress management. There's no one-size-fits-all solution. Get something tailored to your body's needs with Lumen. Go to lumen.me today to take charge of your metabolic health this holiday season with Lumen. Visit lumen.me today for 30% off your purchase. Plus, listeners get an additional 15% off with promo code CNN. That's promo code CNN at lumen.me. LUMEN.ME.
We'll hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-519-3035. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-519-3035. That's 800-519-3035. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
We're going to bring you a CNN exclusive in our Law and Justice League. We're hearing for the first time directly from a man who filed a civil lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs, alleging that Combs drugged, sexually assaulted him 17 years ago while he worked security at one of the music producers' white parties in East Hampton, New York. Representatives for Sean Combs maintain that Combs has never sexually assaulted anyone. CNN's Elizabeth Wagmeister spoke with a woman who asked to not be identified and has his story, awarding some of these details.
Oh, we know who the nigga is. He all over too.
I was screaming. I was telling him to stop. It was incredibly painful. He was acting like it was nothing.
Telling his story for the first time, exclusively to CNN.
It was animalistic. It was brutal.
One of Sean Diddy Combs' accusers describes his allegations of being drugged and sodomized in the back of a vehicle by the disgraced music mogul. Choosing to keep his identity hidden, John Doe says Combs assaulted him in 2007 while he was working security at one of Combs' white parties in the Hamptons. Sean Combs himself offered you a drink, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this didn't come from staff or someone holding a tray of drinks, it came from him directly?
Correct. The effects were so far beyond what 2 drinks would have been. It felt like the effects of maybe 15 drinks, to the point where I couldn't even stand any longer.
And then what happened?
Sadly, Sean Combs was waiting in the wings. He knew that this was going to happen to me, and he was waiting. He was acting like it was a person
forward
at first, in order to get my trust. And once I was in a helpless position and he was sure that he was in a position of power, then he took advantage of the situation. He held me down and sodomized me.
Doe is seeking punitive damages. In a civil suit filed in October, Doe said he told his supervisor at the security firm what allegedly happened to him that night. He says he was then blacklisted and had to find another job. Did you tell your wife at the time?
No, I was too ashamed.
Have you told anyone other than your manager at the security firm at the time?
No, I was, at that time, it just seemed so out of bounds. It seemed so crazy back then that it didn't even seem like I was crazy.
They just wanted to spread the love.
White parties were a Hollywood sensation, with an ultra-exclusive guest list of A-list celebrities and executives from film, music, and fashion.
You're legendary for the parties that you throw. You throw a great party. I'm a legend, baby, for a whole bunch of things.
He dubbed himself the modern-day Gatsby.
If you don't have what they need, they're gonna leave. Right. Gotta keep them there. Right. You need locks on the doors.
Hey.
Combs is
that
currently
was on the
incarcerated
talk
in
show.
Brooklyn after he was indicted on 3 federal charges earlier this year. He's been denied bail 3 times. He pleaded not guilty to racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution, and is awaiting a criminal trial that could put him behind bars for life. A torrent of civil lawsuits against Combs began surfacing after his then-girlfriend Cassie Ventura filed the first complaint against him in November of 2023. He initially denied her claims and said she was looking for a, quote, payday. But earlier this year, CNN published hotel surveillance video from 2016 where Combs appeared to grab, shove,
drag and kick Ventura.
I saw the beatings he did to the beating he did to that poor woman, and I was mortified. That was really terrible. I wondered maybe if I had come forward, maybe if I had been braver, that maybe I could have used his celebrity to...
Combs is now facing more than 30 John Doe's. Representatives for Combs have denied all allegations. Mr. Combs has never sexually assaulted anyone.
17 fucking years ago. You said this shit happened in 2007. You told your manager, but you never went to the doctor. You never got tested. None of that.
Poked the wrong bear. That's what you did.
And then you wait until all these allegations come out. Now all of a sudden you want to say something?
Poked the wrong bear, no pun intended.
The person I was before that evening, nothing could change that. Because I would love to see him spend the rest of his life in prison because that's where he belongs, where he can't hurt anybody else. He's going to live a very lonely, miserable life, I hope. And if nothing else, he's not going to be able to victimize anybody else, and that's all that matters.
Now, Jake, you said Combs' attorneys have denied that he ever sexually assaulted anyone. When I reached out to them back in October when John Doe initially filed his complaint, they gave a blanket denial, but they didn't respond to the specific claim. So after this interview, I reached back out to Combs' legal team and I asked if they wanted to respond to these specific allegations that were laid out in his initial lawsuit that I also asked him about in this interview. Now, they did not respond to the specific allegations, but they did take issue with some inconsistencies between the 2006 interview. John Doe said it was actually 2007. Filing from Australia. John Doe had never been married as in this interview. He was married, and that he never told his wife. So after this interview, John Doe's legal team, they refiled an amended complaint saying that they were clerical errors that were made at the time that they initially filed.
All right, Elizabeth Wagmeister, thanks so much for discussing CNN.
Why did you change the story?
Because
Joey, so Sean Diddy Combs is facing criminal sex
they had different information. I'm going to say because in fact he probably fucking made it up and forgot that it was in 2006, which might have been before he was married. But then when he did that fucking interview and put it out there to the fucking world, the attorney had no choice but to go and said, hey, this was a clerical error. Now, how do you have two clerical errors? I don't understand. Not to mention, when you are signing paperwork with an attorney, it is your job to review everything that's actually written.
Right.
I don't care how small it is, especially when it's in reference to charges, child support, housing documents, whatever the case may be, you're supposed to read that. He read it, signed it, and it was filed. The attorneys can't file that paperwork without him. So after you came out and you fucked up your story, then you decided to come out and turn around and say, okay, I was married and it actually happened in 2007. So when it happened in 2007, is that when you went and you got fired, or was it in 2006 you went to your boss and you got fired? There's going to be a year discrepancy around there. So because P. Diddy's attorney checked his ass on that shit, now all of a sudden the attorney wants the credit. Get the fuck out.
Well, he's gonna get a piece of that 100, whatever, how much.
He very well may not. He very well may not. Because this is the thing. When you have money, like P. Diddy does, you use it for the very best attorneys in the country.
Right.
You probably already have top attorneys on your payroll as it is. But when it comes down to criminal justice, you do your due diligence and you find that defense attorney who can actually win a case for you, who can actually go in and has resources to pull apart every fucking thing these damn witnesses say.
Right.
Because again, this is the problem. You have over 30 people who are filing civil suits.
You gotta have a team of private investigators.
Right.
And have these investigators look into everybody who's got something to say.
Right, and this is the thing. You're talking about civil suits. None of them have pressed charges in reference to actual allegations. They're only going after him because...
Punitive.
Correct. It's only for fucking money. That's it. And every single one of them are going to be because of punitive damages or whatever the case may be. The whole point about it is those motherfuckers are not going to see that case, and it's not going to be paid out until after they decide what they're going to do with P. Diddy. Now, if they find this nigga innocent, every single one of those cases are going to be thrown out the door. If they find out that he's innocent, then they still have to pick apart all these other people because they can't just go in and cash out and say, okay, every single one of these motherfuckers win.
Right.
They can't do it.
Now, I wonder why they didn't ask him if P. Diddy was broke. Would he still would have came out?
None of them are going to ask that. Because the very first thing they're going to say was, yeah. Even though you know you couldn't get punitive damage, yes. Because this is my thing. You're saying this shit happened in 2007, which technically it's supposed to, we don't know, 2006, 2007. You say it happened in 2007 and you got fired in 2008. That'll be very easy for an actual attorney to be able to pull up. Because you said when you told your manager you were fired and you were blacklisted, so you had to find employment elsewhere.
Right.
So, they'll be able to figure out what year he was actually fired.
Yeah.
Go and find that manager and find out, was there anything recorded? Did he fill out anything in writing? Or is this something you just don't remember? This motherfucker's just saying this shit. Not to mention, if you were sodomized violently, there's going to be scar tissue in your ass. So my thing about it is, since all this stuff has happened, have you gone down there to the fucking doctor's office and had them look at your asshole to see if there's any scar tissue?
So the defense attorney need to put a rape kit.
Well, they won't be able to find anything, but they can definitely have an annual exam done on him that will prove whether or not he was actually being fucked in the ass. And the whole point about it was if he was ever fucking married, because maybe the motherfucker's gay. So what they would have to do is they'd have to have a private investigator follow him around, and P. Diddy is going to have to hire one private investigator per 2 people. 16 other motherfuckers. Or 1 per 3, whatever the case may be, and have them, that particular private investigator and his company, to follow these motherfuckers.
They should have a clause in the court system where if somebody got money, right? And like you said, somebody come forward and say something about this person, they should have a team of people to investigate exactly what the allegations.
Right, but see, the problem is that you have people who are coming back out from 2000, like that bitch that came out in reference to Jay-Z from 2000.
They said Jay-Z and Diddy was there.
Right.
But it seemed like every 7 years something happened. Like that happened in 2000. 2007 it happened with old boy.
Maybe 2006, we don't know yet.
Well, 2014 or 15, somewhere around there, he had the incident with Cassie and went to the hotel.
That was 2016. But again, my thing about it is that, okay, fine. So now that P. Diddy has accusations against him for transportation, sex trafficking, and what was the other one?
I don't even know. He got so much shit on him.
No, they only have 3 charges against him.
Which carry a lot of time, each one of them.
Correct. So that's what I'm saying. Because they don't really have any physical proof on him, and they're having to go through each one of these tapes to see if they can see these people in the tapes and match these people, and they have to go in and do interviews with all these different people. And again, like these celebrities are really going to be involved in this shit.
Right.
And so what you did is you see a tape from back in 2000, because that's why when you went back to the beginning, you go back to the beginning and you see what, a girl in there that was at the party. She may not even be at the party. She might have been at the party.
Cases of baby oil.
But
Get a pizza box with some baby oil. I don't know. I
this
don't
is my
know.
thing. So it's 2024. You're saying that Jay-Z had sex with a 13-year-old girl 24 years ago. Bitch, where's your parents? Bitch, why did you say shit? Why are you just now saying something now that you found out that P. Diddy is in trouble? I don't understand. Unless these motherfucking prosecutors are looking up every single person trying to do video face matching with everybody that was in. Right, that everybody that was in the party, and then found that this girl was 13 years old.
Right.
Again.
So if his legal team do that with every single one of these people, he's gonna be broke. And that's exactly what they aiming on doing with him. By the time he's broke, they're gonna say, okay, Diddy, you gonna take a deal? You ain't got no more money. You know what I'm saying? Or you gonna keep fighting the case? I don't know. That shit is crazy how it go.
This dude's a billionaire, daddy. This dude is a billionaire. And even if he's paying somebody $1 million a year, he still has enough money as far as liquid assets and then his regular assets if he needs to where he can start selling some shit so he can go ahead and pay for his attorney.
Yeah.
They can't touch. He's got residual money coming in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's not like they're going to completely break him. But the whole point about it is that he's going to have to be willing to do the long haul on this shit, and he's going to have to pay these motherfuckers. And you better make sure you're paying the right people. Because again, all those 30 offenses, my very first question is from my attorney is that why did you wait until after he was indicted before you decided to come out? Who contacted you in reference to this, and what date? Because you'll be able to find out what date they contacted the attorney. What made you contact this attorney and said allegedly that this shit had happened? Is there anybody who can cooperate? Do you have any pictures? Because in New York, they don't have the hearsay law, which means you guys got to be able to provide proof that he actually did that.
Right.
And him inviting a bunch of women to come to one of his parties between 2000 and 2023, anybody who received an invitation to go to one of his white parties accepted it and went willingly.
Yeah.
Because like they said, it required anybody who's always at P. Diddy's white parties. We're talking about actors. We're talking about musicians.
My thing is, yeah, I don't mean to cut you off, but my thing is, you got all these actors and all these people here. What the hell is underage fucking kids doing at these parties? And why are actors and shit still staying after they see these underage kids at the party?
9 times out of 10, Daddy, most of these bitches who went to the party had fake IDs because he didn't just walk up to a random bitch and invite him to the club or invite him to the party. He was probably at a club. Now, if they got into the club and they had fake ID, how in the world is P. Diddy supposed to know that this bitch was 13 years old? So this 13-year-old girl, the questions that have to be asked is, how were you approached to go to the party? Where were you approached when you went to the party? And what was said? And then when you got there, what did you do once you got to the party? Where were your parents? Did you notify your parents to let them know that you were going at the age of 13 to a P. Diddy party? Did you let your parents know that your ass was going to a club? Did your parents know you had a fake ID?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And the point about it is this 13-year-old girl that's trying to pass this shit on P. Diddy and Jay-Z. What proof do you choose at the party?
But Jay-Z said it's extortion.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. Let's see. Justice system in America.
Who's to say that this bitch wasn't at a party when she was 18, 19 years old and decided to backtrack it to when she was 13 because she knew how long the party's been going on.
Right.
And because she knew everything that was going on at the party. You know what I'm saying? Do you have proof that you were even at the party? You have transportation. You should have proof of transportation. And which means that every place you met, people knew you there, you had to have ID.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would fight all that shit. And that's probably absolutely what it is. They probably called, and the attorney called to speak to Jay-Z and was like, look, this girl says that you and P. Diddy had sex with her, and she says that she won't say anything if you get her such and such.
Right.
Extortion. It's no different when Kevin Hart ended up putting those charges out for extortion against his friend and the girl that he knew, that they were video recording him or whatever.
Yeah.
And that was extortion. He won that case.
It sure was. He was part of the original Plastic Cup Boys. Oh boy. I guess they went to Vegas together, and he wanted to videotape the extracurricular.
Right, and then tried to come after Kevin for money. And he said no. And Jay-Z, that nigga got billions of dollars too. Hell yeah, I'd be filing charges against them for extortion.
Right.
You got me fucked up. Whatever messages they sent you, whatever recordings came through on your lines, all that shit. Yep, I want that shit recorded. Because the attorney has to be able to answer questions to his attorney. What did you say when you called Jay-Z's office?
Right.
far as Cassie goes, that bitch was pissed that she got dumped. She wasn't gonna be living that lavish lifestyle anymore. But didn't she stay with his ass after he beat her ass in the hallway?
I don't know. I thought he was married at one time.
And that could have been it too. Cause, oh yeah, you said that his wife just died a year ago, and that's when all this shit came out.
I don't know exactly when she died, but shortly after she died, yeah. Because Albie Shore got sick. He almost died. And they don't know how his wife died. She just got sick and died.
I'm all about going after somebody if they did something to you. But if they did something to you, you need to report it and then go after the ass. Don't wait until a whole bunch of people, until one person has their case and then a whole bunch of people come out.
Yeah. You look like an opportunist.
Right. Just like all of them females came out in reference to Bill Cosby. He didn't get nowhere near as much time as they was originally trying to get him for because all that shit was consensual. They was all doing drugs back in the 70s. They was all doing drugs. You took that shit knowingly.
Party with Bill Cosby.
And like I said, when you are dealing with a well-known person, I don't care what industry they're in, and you have the opportunity to go and hang out and play with them, like, I forget who I was with, and I got invited to go over to Jamie Foxx's house. He lived up there he had a house up there, like off of Hollywood, that area, and I got invited up to his house. And we went up there, hung out, and then left. And I'll never forget, the motherfucker had on the funkiest coat. They were pants. They were black. They had like fur on them or whatever. I thought that shit was just weird as shit. Wasn't my type of uniform, but that's what he wore. But they hung out, we drank, kicked it, and then we left. You know what I'm saying? So, but because it was Jamie Foxx and I was invited, you go.
Right.
He's an actor. He's a comedian. Why would you not go?
They make it seem like Diddy lured him in.
That's exactly what they're making it sound like. They're making it sound like he purposely picked all of these females that were either underage and then brought them to the house, drugged every single one of them, and then fucked every single one of them.
Oh, shouts out to Waffle House. Hello. He said hello.
Hello. Yeah, I don't agree with that shit. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Now, Cassie very well may get some money because of the fact that they have that bitch on recording. But if they have any type of proof that they gave this bitch some money in reference to that, that's gonna make her look bad.
Yeah.
And I would be just that attorney to ask all those potent questions. The ones that make the motherfuckers feel uncomfortable. You're coming after my client about something that he did to you that was uncomfortable. I'm gonna need for you not to be uncomfortable about the questions that I'm asking you.
Smart because it would kill innocents, quote, but a shooting could be more targeted, and it says referencing that what better way to kill at his own bean couch. accounting conference. So this is really the first time we're hearing about a conference. Again, this is all pointing to a motive, all part of this investigation as it continues to try to piece together what exactly happens here in Lincoln to Mangione.
All right, Richie Grass, thanks so much. It's Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller is going over this case. John, we're learning new information.
We got to see if that BET that show
spoke at the top of last hour.
On the iPad.
We're talking about the last time you spoke with his mom.
Well, that's right, and it's in the larger context of trying to figure out.
Because one of our apps that we used to play would buffer all the time. Is that Peacock that used to buffer all the time?
I think so. You used to get mad at shit.
Mad at shit. And unless we have a super strong signal, I think that's what it is.
She said, LOL, I love what she said. Hello. Gotta say it again, baby.
Oh, hello. That's how I say it to the grandbabies.
Casings found at the crime scene. What other evidence do police need, if any?
Well, I mean, the evidence is starting to surround him, right? The fingerprints taken when he was arrested in Altoona, PA, matched prints found on the scene of the murder in New York City. The shell casings of the murder in New York City matched the markings of the gun that he was arrested with in the McDonald's in Pennsylvania. The third important piece is going to be the DNA matches. They're not in yet as far as we know, but that'll be the third piece of the trifecta, and then the rest of it is going to be all the videotape of his movements leading up to that murder and after.
John Miller, thanks so much, appreciate it. We're hearing from a high school classmate and former roommate of Mangione expressing their shock over the arrest and the serious allegations being made against them.
This is one of the last people you think would do something like this. Never once talked about guns.
Right, this motherfucker was a valedictorian of a school and shit.
He's absolutely a non-violent person.
This motherfucker was
as far as I can tell.
Let's bring in someone who knows the Mangione family, Thomas Moronic Jr. He's hosted a show on a radio station owned by the Mangione family. So, Thomas, what was your reaction when you first heard the allegations against Luigi Mangione, and how have you processed the news since?
It's complete shock. This is the last person you would think to do something like this coming from the family that he's from. This is a very esteemed family that are tremendously supportive of charities. They own golf courses, they own real estate, and of course WCBM, which is how I knew them. But how do I process this since? It seems like the case is certainly building even day by day. John's report, I think, really just shows that evidence is really mounting against Luigi Mangione.
Have you spoken with the family at all?
I have not. I didn't expect to speak with them about this. They put out a statement saying that they were shocked, they were horrified. They offered their condolences to the victim. And I think they're really trying to internally process this. This is obviously very difficult with a member of their family having been named in this case, in particular with some of these developments.
When you saw the pictures of the assailant, or the suspect rather, in the murder of the health insurance company CEO, did it occur to you that that looked like Luigi Mangione, or it didn't?
I'll tell you, Jake, I never met, to my knowledge, Luigi directly. I met him in passing, but my reaction upon seeing that it was a local Baltimore person was to look at the last name and say, I wonder if this is the same family that I have known for 20 years, been on their radio station for 20 years, and I just couldn't believe it. When I saw that, when I saw the picture, I said, he sure looks like somebody who's part of the Mangione family, and sure enough, that's exactly what it was.
You were talking about how he came from this prestigious family, a charitable family. We also know that he was high school valedictorian. He got a degree, not just undergraduate, but I think a graduate degree in Penn. You've noted that the Mangiones are a prominent family in Maryland. What is their influence in the Baltimore area?
Well, for one thing, Jake, they're very active politically. The nephew of Luigi, which is Nino Mangione, he is actually a state delegate. The Mangiones have been sought out for elections, particularly by the Republican Party. That would be one area of influence, but also with their businesses, to have them help out a charity or help out a cause. That's something for which many people have sought them out. For example, St. Leo in Little Italy has charitable fundraisers all the time, and they have an entire festival they sponsor, and the Mangiones have been tremendously supportive of that. Those would be a few examples, but obviously the Loyola University pool, that bears their name.
Mr. Moroni Jr., thank you so much. Appreciate your insights. This CEO's murder has created a stark moment in American culture as different Americans react to the suspected motive in different ways. I want to get into that part of the case next. Plus, the unbelievable find in a secret prison in Syria. The prisoner had seen and stumbled upon when our team was searching for something else. See that discovery coming up.
Holiday season just got a whole lot smoother with the music of a yacht rock Christmas. Christopher Cross, Hall and Oates, and more. We're trying a yacht slow Christmas. Hosted by I'm Cool and the Gang, social and cool, exclusively on the Sirius XM app through Christmas Day, along with dozens of other holiday channels and specials. Santa Claus is coming to town.
Are you like millions of Americans who avoided filing their taxes this year because you're afraid you'll owe the IRS thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars? Well, you don't need to be afraid anymore. Tax Relief Advocates has the solution. We can file your back tax years and may be able to reduce or even eliminate what you owe. With over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, we've helped over 100,000 Americans just like you permanently and painlessly resolve their IRS. A resolution specialist is waiting to speak to you now, who will let you know what tax debt reduction you may qualify for. Don't wait. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call our tax relief hotline now to see what you qualify for at 800-277-4619. 800-277-4619. That's 800-277-4619. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Price based on what they bill for a 10-year term policy for a healthy, non-smoking 43-year-old male named Edgar Portrayal.
Dude, guess how much I paid for $1 million term life insurance policy?
Gotta be at least $150 a month.
Wrong, my friend. I got coverage through Ethos. Only $69 a month, and I didn't need a medical exam. Just answered a few easy health questions.
That's impressive. But I'm shocked you have life insurance.
Wait, you don't? Come on, man. You have a wife and kids. What if something happens to you? Trust me, or better yet, check out some of their reviews. Ethos is A+ rated on the BBB and excellent on Trustpilot. Once you sign up, they can start your coverage the same day with policies as low as $1 a day.
Wow, I'm sold. I'm signing up right now. Ethos, a fast and easy online experience. Policies for every budget and up to $2 million in term coverage with no medical exam. Just a few health questions. Get your free quote at applyethos.com. E for easy, E for ethos. At applyethos.com. That's applyethos.com. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-885-9797. That's 800-885-9797. 800-885-9797.
How do you boost your brand and reach decision makers? Advertise on SiriusXM. You can amplify and optimize your campaigns while growing ROI, sales, foot traffic, and conversions among targeted, passionate, and engaged audiences. Hey, if you're listening now, so are your customers. Get closer to what moves them. Learn more about how SiriusXM can benefit your business. Dial #250 on your mobile phone and say SiriusXM Advertising for more information. Again, dial #250 and say SiriusXM Advertising. Elevate your road trip with a channel of mild notes and sing-alongs designed to bring the whole car together. Road Trip Radio, channel 301 on most radios and on the SiriusXM app.
Internationally now, true crime stories have inspired countless TV shows and films and podcasts. The real-time intrigue and outrage around the murder of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson is something that we have not quite seen like this before. We turn now to Joan Donovan of Boston University, who recently wrote a book called Meme Wars, the untold story of the online battles upending democracy in America. We're also joined by David Smith, a healthcare economist who hosts the podcast The Cost of Care. Joan, in terms of the response to the brutal murder of a father of 2, a husband, the CEO of UnitedHealthcare, how do you see the moment in our culture that we're experiencing right now?
Yeah, I think that, social media has really come alive in this moment because this case really marries 2 things that really do well on the internet, which is true crime and memes. And so even the message that was left behind at the crime scene of deny, delay, depose is set up in such a way so that the internet would bite and be able to circulate all kinds of stories. And I think that the deepest resonance has been that many of us, it's almost a universal, that we've experienced very high cost healthcare and at our most vulnerable points have been denied coverage. And I think that's resonating with a lot of people.
And David, you have your own personal stories of loss and frustration with the healthcare system after the deaths of your father and your sister and your brother. What was your response to the praise for the murderer and the loathing for the insurance industry? And I realize those are 2 separate things.
Yeah, well, look, Jake, it's unfortunate. Obviously, somebody lost their lives. Kids are going to grow up without a father. He's leaving behind friends, family, and everything. And to Joan's point, you can absolutely understand this moment with social media. There's a lot of people that are using this channel and this event to really express grievance. Grievance about the system, grievance about the way they've been treated in the system. And that grievance is born from the fact that each of us puts $15,000 a year into this system. We spend $5 trillion on this system collectively. When people go bankrupt, they're met with wrong doors, they're met with indecision. The people are angry, they're fed up with the system, and they're alone. People feel alone in this. So suddenly there's an event. There's this opportunity for people to come and express that grievance. It's the wrong way to go about systemic change, but it absolutely highlights something in the culture that's been sitting under the surface for a long time that this is brought to the fore.
Yeah, something very real, which is why we have you 2 on the show right now to discuss it. Joan, there are a range of reactions here, from the sinister, such as the wanted posters of other CEOs that were put up on Wall Street, to complaints about people's personal frustrations with how their own health claims, insurance claims, were handled. I'm wondering if the online culture that is fueling some of the worst of this is, obviously it's distasteful, but it is also bringing forward a discussion that, maybe Bernie Sanders and Liz Warren have been trying to have this conversation nationally for years and years and years, but this moment is really bringing it beyond politics.
Yeah, I think it's really truly a universal experience, and it really hits at these bipartisan lines where you don't have to be, Republican or Democrat to have suffered from lack of health care, especially at moments when you are at your most vulnerable. And what we try to point out in the book Meme Wars is more about the conditions under which we get political violence. And political violence happens in moments when people lose faith in institutions. And so it's also very clear that what is also being expressed on social media is a loss of faith in who is going to hold these companies responsible for these incredibly exploitative policies that do leave you feeling very alone and isolated at moments when you also might feel like you are, or a loved one is about to die. And I think that hopefully we can start to have, of course, a more mature conversation about that, while also looking towards justice for those who've been harmed by not just the violent attack, but also by the lack of really good health care in the United States.
And David, quickly, if you could, what is your 1 or 2 sentence recommendation for people out there who are frustrated with the health insurance industry? How should they be channeling their anger?
Better understand the system. There's tons of resources to get a little bit smarter on it. The system needs a reform. This is the wrong way to start a conversation, but to John's point, it's a conversation we have to have. We need to get smarter. We need to activate. We need to blow the system up because it's failing too many people. It's costing us too much.
And just for the record, David means that figuratively, not literally. David Smith and John Donovan, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. The reaction has been swift to the major news from FBI Director Chris Wray announcing he plans to step down. The reception for Wray's statement is next.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy.
Screech Brownie,
There are no
29.
obligations. Get real value for your life insurance.
Said, hey there, guys.
With Abacus.
Hey there.
Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Hello.
Attention, small business owners. Do you need funding for your business? At lendseek.com, we provide revenue-based working capital programs from $20,000 to $1 billion. So whether it's funding for inventory, equipment, expansion, payroll, or other needs, seek no more. All it takes is just one simple application to access over 100 funding products that are powered through our breakthrough AI-enabled lending platform to get you the best options in today's market. 1 year with monthly revenue of at least $50,000. You can receive the business funding you need when it matters most.
What's going on, Screech Brownie?
Your personal credit score.
Screech Brownie.
Funds in your accounts in just 24 hours with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. There's no obligation and zero out-of-pocket costs. So apply for the business funding you need today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy.
Go ahead and hit that like button. That like button there, right there, right there, right there. Screech Brownie.
Credit card companies would rather you not
Screech Brownie 29.
as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-474-1867. 800-474-1867. Again, that's 800-474-1867.
The government's employee tax credit refund
No, thank you.
is going to expire.
fire. In this economy, who can afford to miss out on up to $21,000 per W-2 employee? Yes, up to $21,000 per employee. We get it. No one wants to deal with a salesperson. That's why we automated the entire process online. You simply answer the online questions and submit your application. Go to 1-800-ERC.com. Again, 1-800-ERC.com. Find out if you qualify. You pay nothing up front. We get a small portion of what you collect after you've been paid. If you don't get paid, we don't get paid. This is not a loan. There is nothing to pay back. Even if you took PPP money, you may qualify. Whether you had one W-2 employee, 500, we can help. Not all companies qualify, but many companies do. Go to 1-800-ERC.com. Again, 1-800-ERC.com.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select warehouse clubs in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local retailer today.
I want to thank y'all for riding with us today. Go ahead and shop at that store. Get 10% off. Use the code BiggMama, all caps.
Step aside, as head of the FBI, has essentially been fired by Donald Trump. And there's also reaction from Kash Patel, the man tapped to take Ray's place. Let's bring in CNN's Lauren Fox. Lauren, Patel was on the Hill today. What did he have to say?
Yeah, Patel's been crisscrossing the Hill all week for these very important confirmation meetings. But before today, it was really an interview for a job that didn't yet exist. But he had this to say about how he would be ready on day one.
We look forward to a very smooth transition, and I'll be ready to go on day one. The senators have been wonderful, and I look forward to earning their trust and confidence in the advice and consent process, and restoring law and order and ethical integrity of the FBI.
And in interviews with several Republicans on Capitol Hill, including Senator John Cornyn, who is a senior member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, there's really this sense of sort of relief that Ray is deciding to step down on his own. Here is what Cornyn said.
I think President Trump had lost confidence in him, and I think we know how that would end. And so hopefully that'll facilitate a smooth transition to the next FBI director.
And Patel has been meeting with senators and really getting a strong response from a lot of Republicans. Senator Kevin Cramer, Republican from North Dakota, said he believes that he can support Patel's nomination. I also heard from Cornyn on Monday after his meeting with Kash Patel that he was prepared, barring any unforeseen circumstance, to go ahead and support Kash Patel. So this is all coming as Patel is really to garner support among Republicans and those critical votes that he's going to need as he moves vying for this job.
Okay, Lauren Fox, thanks so much. Sticking with the criminal justice system, also on the Republican scene. While the final days of a presidency are typically reserved for political pardons, President Biden's pardon of his son Hunter ignited a debate over what the president is exactly doing with his pardon power. As of now, Biden has granted fewer pardons than Trump or Obama. Many civil rights activists, faith leaders, and now even those within his own party feel Biden has fallen way short on his 2020 campaign promise to reform the criminal justice system, and they urge the president to use his clemency power during these final days in office. Sources tell me that a group of Democratic House Senate and House members are appointing the president. People he's related to. Some of those members include Durbin, Senator Booker, Senator Warnock, Congressman Clyburn, and Congressman Stephen who's chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus. They're asking Biden to consider granting clemency to those who sentences for the First Step Act. The First Step Act eliminated the practice of stacking sentences to give the harshest penalties possible if somebody has a firearm. One example of someone who fell into stacked sentences is Weldon Angelos. He was sentenced to 55 years in prison for 3 small marijuana sales. As a first-time non-violent offender, 55 years, because he possessed a gun, so his sentences were stacked. Weldon Angelos is out of prison now. He was pardoned by Trump. Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah was the one who brought a lot of attention to Mr. Angelos and the practice of stacking. Another category of individuals Democratic lawmakers want considered pardoned
are those who are serving out the remainder of their sentences in home confinement under the CARES Act. The CARES Act moved low and minimum security low-risk offenders to home confinement during COVID to finish their sentences. And finally, lawmakers are urging to provide degree clemency to those who would have benefited from the passage of the Equal Act that would eliminate the sentencing disparities for crack cocaine and powder cocaine. Those sentences have for a long time been viewed as entirely discriminatory because the sentences for crack cocaine possession were 18 times longer than those for powder cocaine.
Thanks to Ronald Reagan and
disproportionately harm black trafficking communities. Now the Justice Department changed its charging policy in 2022, but those convicted before that change continue to serve longer sentences. There is also a push to take all 40 individuals off of federal death row, giving them instead life in prison. So far, a number of Democrats involved in this process feel, however, that the White House is not listening to any of these requests. Deaf ears. The White House's Biden will have more to announce on pardons and communications before he leaves office, but these Democratic lawmakers, as I understand it,
Biden ain't been working on none of that stuff.
As are some individuals at the Justice Department.
He just been getting blanket clemency
and just imagine, by the way,
those people that he knows and for family
he was
members.
pardoning all of these people and also Hunter. Something to think about. Let's jump in with our panel. Maria Cardona, so aggressively nodding during that entire time.
Yeah, we're listening to Syrian XM right now. Screen Friday 29.
Some clemency, some mercy, some forgiveness from the president for some of these non-violent offenders.
We go from
Absolutely. And
we go from fantasy football to
senators that you
CNN.
mentioned, and some House members too.
But when we turn on that Christmas music, I gotta hit mute.
About how he hopes President Biden
wanna get no strike.
before he leaves. There are so many individuals, all the ones that you mentioned and others, that have been so aggressively gone after by the Justice Department for very low non-violent offenses. And like you said, overwhelming.
Where you going, my wife G-Wagon?
Community. And as somebody who campaigned on criminal justice reform and on equality and on sort of bringing that kind of fairness to the justice system, I think President Biden can make a mark on this. His time is running out, but he has until January 19th to do this. So my hope is in this next wave of pardons that you mentioned the White House talked about, many of these people, many of these categories.
Yeah, you don't have to call me Sir Screen Friday 29. My name is Pop Pop. And the driver's seat is Big Mama.
If the Hunter Biden pardon had been
All that surf stuff ain't gonna work around here. I appreciate it, but you ain't gotta call me that.
These thousands of other people, and here are the reasons why I'm doing it, because the STACK Act, which, you know, the stacking removal, which Republicans were in favor of too, and this and that. And also, while I'm doing this for these people I've never met, I'm also going to share some message to Hunter.
I think we're going to come to the things. I think you obviously still had a huge outcry in the argument where you're trying to kind of sneak 100 through and say maybe, I don't know, 40 or 50 other people. And I think also, again, the other big argument on Hunter was that you were pardoning for crimes he wasn't even technically convicted of over a longer period of time. I think on the other things, I think Maria's point, I think you can see some Republican support of some of these. I think taking folks off death row and giving life sentences, I think that'll probably be an outstart from a lot of Republicans. I think you probably see that. But, you know, certainly Biden has been shy of a good pardons over the last couple of weeks. There could be more. I mean, we're talking about preemptive pardons from the Biden administration for some of the folks. So who knows, maybe you do see folks mixed in with some of these other pardons as well.
Just something to think about. These Democrats are pushing those. I thought it was interesting. I hadn't heard it. Steph, good to have you here. I want to change something. You're reporting along with Mike Allen. You write that Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the controversial pickup president of the head of Department of Health and Human Services, is using his influence to push a different agenda, placing his daughter-in-law for a top job at the CIA. And the reason, he says, is he wants proof that the CIA killed his uncle, John F. Kennedy.
Oh my God.
I don't even know what to say. Explain what you uncovered.
Well, we know that RFK Jr. has publicly said that he believes that the CIA was involved in the assassination of President Kennedy, and he also suggested that the CIA was involved in the death of his father as well.
Whitney
And this has
Hotel.
actually come up in some of the phone calls he's been
Little small
making
town,
to
California.
push for his daughter-in-law
Lone
to
Pine,
get a
California,
deputy
y'all.
position at the CIA.
Better not blink.
He sees it as part of the pitch.
Population about 2.5. I'm
This.
just kidding.
We had two sources tell us that this has been coming up, and it is a real reason for why he's pushing her for this role. And you know, it's interesting because it gives us a good example of why maybe RFK Jr. and Trump get along so well. They both feel like they are victims of this kind of
deep state and the federal government
Lone
and
Pine,
what
California.
they can to go after that. And it's just another example of how this is really going to be.
We got a pizza factory. We got Alabama Hills Cafe, Bakery, and Bar.
So we should know Fox.
We got the city kitty over here.
Jr.'s run for the White House, and she had worked at the CIA previously. She wrote a book about
Thank you for your service.
But that doesn't mean she's
McDonald's in Lone Pine. Lone Pine McDonald's.
I mean, there's certainly already concerns among Republicans. I heard from
get out of there, McKinney. You got a city kitty back there.
Who are saying that a clip of
Got a
her
city kitty back there. Come on back.
more nuance and how we talked about ISIS, that was making the rounds already, that people are concerned about that Republicans are already raising their eyebrows about her qualifications, some of the statements she's made, and feeling like this could be a risky pick if this does move forward. Of course, we're not sure exactly how the president-elect feels about her as an option, but we know that RFK Jr. has a lot of sway with Trump. Trump wants to keep RFK Jr. happy. He sees RFK Jr. as kind of this emblem of his broadened MAGA base, and that he wants him to be promoting Trump ongoing, and so he's going to try to make him happy.
Speaking of promoting family members, I want to note that Trump is making Jared Kushner's father, whom he pardoned last time, the job. He's offering him the job of ambassador to France. He named his other daughter, Tiffany's father-in-law, different from father-in-law, different daughter, a senior advisor for Arab and Middle Eastern affairs. He's been clearing the deck to have his daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, Eric's wife, fulfill Rubio's Florida sentencing. And just today, Donald Trump Jr.'s former fiancée, Kimberly Guilfoyle, is being nominated to be ambassador to Greece. That's quite a family jobs program.
Quite a family jobs. Look, I think it's a little different. I don't really get outraged ambassadorships in the same way.
Prop plane, airport over there.
Like, for example, the current Greek ambassador was rejected.
Wanna go skydiving?
To be ambassador of Norway because he actually
Gravity
lived
is
in
not your
Norway.
friend.
He didn't even know the system of government there under President Obama. A previous French ambassador was former
They're
CEO.
gonna triple some tracks.
These are political jobs and usually political appointees. They usually go to friends of the president or fundraisers of it. I can't really get that outrage about ambassadors.
Heavy duty load.
More close friends.
The U.S. government's becoming
Where you
a
going, my train?
business. But, do we really, are we really that surprised that this is something that he's doing? I mean, we knew that this was something that he wanted to do, that this is sort of his MO, that this is kind of something that he didn't necessarily campaign on it, but this is who he is. And so I think moving forward, this is going to be an indication that he's not there to really appoint the best people for the job. He's not there to appoint people who are going to focus on getting the job of the American people done. He's focused on getting whatever it is that he wants them.
Yeah, I remember when I did a lot of comparison on the ridiculous ambassador nominees in amongst qualified people. Yeah, it was pretty crazy stuff. Thanks for being here.
Thanks.
Coming up next, a stunning find in Syria with Kevon prison cell shot open. You're going to see it on CNN, and you'll see it first here coming up.
Price based on a monthly bill for a 10-year term policy for a healthy non-smoking 44-year-old male paid after the drain.
Dude, guess how much I paid for $1 million term life insurance policy?
Gotta be at least $150 a month.
Wrong, my friend. I got coverage through Ethos. Only $69 a month, and I didn't need a medical exam. Just answered a few easy health questions.
That's impressive. But I'm shocked you got life insurance.
But you don't? Come on, man. You have a wife and kids. What if something happens to you? Trust me, or better yet, check out some of their reviews. Ethos is A+ rated on the BB and excellent on Trustpilot. Once you sign up, they can start your coverage the same day with policies as low as $1 a day.
Wow, I'm sold. I'm signing up right now. Ethos, a fast and easy online experience. Policies for every budget and up to $2 million in term coverage with no medical exam. Just a few health questions. Take your free quote at applyethos.com. E for easy, E for ethos. At applyethos.com. That's applyethos.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit.
Oh, it's all good. Squeeze Brother 29. Just enjoy the view. Enjoy your dinner. What you eat? What are you eating?
If you owe 10,
He
20,
says,
or even $100
said, anyways, I'm silent for now because I'm eating.
As the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-222-9599. 800-222-9599. Again, that's 800-222-9599.
We want to know what you have for dinner. Springs Friday 29. How about tell us? Oh yeah, you say you're in New York.
Don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-857-8866. 800-857-8866. 800-857-8866.
The holiday season is here, and with it comes long days on your feet. But pain shouldn't stand in the way of your health or your joy. G-Defy shoes with advanced VersoShock technology absorb shock, align your body, and relieve pain, giving you the energy to keep going strong. Visit gdefy.com and use code CNN for 50% off your entire order. That's code CNN for 50% off your entire order at gdefy.com. Take every step toward a healthier, happier holiday season. The sound of Christmas past is a Christmas present to share with the ones you love.
Come Santa Claus, come Santa Claus.
Fill the air with the warmth of timeless holiday classics, holiday traditions, Channel 71, and at home with the Syrian XM.
We're going to bring you a CNN exclusive now from inside Syria. Tops our world leaders, Syria's new rebel leaders say they will not pardon Assad regime officials who tortured and killed prisoners during the decades of his brutal reign. CNN's Clarissa Warren went to a Syrian prison to find someone still locked in a cell with no idea that Assad's regime had fallen.
Deep in the belly of the regime's Air Force intelligence headquarters, we are hoping to find traces of Austin Tice, an American journalist held captive in Syria since 2012. It's one of many secret prisons across the city. This specific branch was tasked with surveillance, arrest, and killing of all regime critics. We don't find any hints of Tice, but come across something extraordinary.
I can't tell though, it might just be a blanket, but it's the only cell that's long. Is it gonna shoot that?
The guard makes us turn the camera off while he shoots the lock off the cell door.
Yeah, we got to shoot the lock off? Get out of there.
I'm a civilian, he says. I'm a civilian. He tells the fighter he's from the city of Homs. He's been in the cell for 3 months. Okay, you're okay. You're okay. He clutches my arm tightly with both hands.
So take me with you.
This is Mike.
Mike. Okay, it's water. It's water. Okay. Okay. Okay, you're okay. Okay. We start to walk him outside. Thank God you are safe. Don't be afraid, the fighter says. You are free.
Oh, he was getting out?
I didn't even know he was in there.
They brought me to, he says, it's the third prison. After 3 months in a windowless cell, he can finally see the sky. God, the light. He says, oh God, there is light. My God, there is light. Stay with me, stay with me. Repeats again and again. For 3 months, I didn't know anything about my family. I didn't hear anything about my children. The fighter hands him
So
something.
he thought it was over, huh?
Barely lifted to his mouth. His body can't handle it. His captors fled during the fall of the baskets, leaving him with no food or water. That was at least 4 days ago.
Okay.
I'm shaking. My face is shaking, he says. The rebel tells him there's no more army, no more prisons, no more checkpoints.
Where's that
Are
at?
you serious, he says? Surya Harra. Syria is free, he tells him. It's the first time he has heard those words.
Where's his
His
family?
name is Adil Qurbal, and officers from the much-feared Mukhabarat intelligence services took him from his home and began interrogating him about his phone. They brought me here to Damascus. They asked me about names of terrorists, he says. They hit you, the fighter asks? Yes, yes, he says. As a paramedic arrives, the shock sets in. There's nothing. Everything's okay. The Red Crescent is coming to help you, this man assures him. You are safe. Don't be afraid anymore. Everything you are afraid of is gone. Tens of thousands of Syrians have disappeared in Assad's prisons. Up until 15 minutes ago, Adil Qurbal was one of them. He is still petrified. Don't be afraid, the ambulance worker reassures him. Every car I got into, they blindfolded me, he says. It is the end of a very dark chapter for him and for all of Syria. But so many ghosts
Up
remain.
until 4 days ago, he was being interrogated by the Syrian government. He was under that Syrian
Jake, I have to
dictator.
say,
So when they ran his ass out of here,
nearly
and the
20
rebels
years,
took
that
over,
really was one of the most
they
extraordinary
went through, and I guess they started opening up prisons and letting people out because people were being interrogated. He got interrogated 3 months ago. They took his phone, started asking questions about the people that was on his phone, asking him about terrorists and all kind of other stuff, and then he just got transferred there, and then all of a sudden, no food, no water, no nothing for 4 days.
Okay.
They didn't even know he was there.
said that there was some issue with people he had been making phone calls with, but we have to be very clear here. This is the type of thing where the Mukhabarat would take anyone with impunity. They would detain them, they would interrogate them, they would beat them, they would keep them for months, years on end. They didn't have to give a reason. You didn't even have to be an activist. You didn't even have to be part of the opposition against Bashar al-Assad. So many of the people, Jake, who disappeared inside these dungeons were ordinary Syrians struggling to understand what on earth they had done to get there in the first place. We don't know where Adil Qurbal is now. He got into that ambulance. We offered to give him our phones to call his family, but as you can see in that moment, he was in a state of profound shock. He wasn't able to collect himself to the point where he was able to get in touch with his family. But all of us, of course, are wishing that he is safely reunited with them, and that all of the prisoners who have been held for so long without any legal recourse Those who are alive will be returned to their loved ones.
Another just absolutely remarkable report.
He was probably in there with dead prisoners.
Damascus doing vital.
Oh, he was in there by himself?
We'll be right back.
They said every time they moved, they put him in the car and they blindfolded him, so he never knew where he was.
The government's employee tax credit refund in a few months is going to expire. In this economy, who can afford to miss out on up to $21,000 per W-2 employee? Yes, up to $21,000 per employee. We get it. No one wants to deal with a salesperson. That's why we automated the entire process online. You simply answer the online questions and submit your application. Go to 1-800-ERC.com. Again, 1-800-ERC.com. Find out if you qualify. You pay nothing up front. We get a small portion of what you collect after you've been paid. If you don't get paid, we don't get paid. This is not a loan. There is nothing to pay back. Even if you took PPP money, you may qualify. Whether you had one W-2 employee or 500, we can help. Not all companies qualify, but many companies do. Go to 1-800-ERC.com. Again, 1-800-ERC.com.
Honey, the bags are packed and in the trunk. Is the car good to drive to Mother's holiday dinner?
Yes, dear. Car's good. We have Ox Car Care for their extended car service plan. Ox covers our repair bills if anything happens. We have no worries if any problems come up on our holiday travels. Ox Car Care has our back.
I remember. Ox has flexible coverage plans that can protect issues with engine, transmission, brake systems, and so much more.
Yep, we don't pay. Ox pays. Ox gets it fixed for us. Joe at the auto shop says Ox Car Care pays them directly when there's no complicated paperwork. Ox is A+ rated with already millions of dollars paid out in claims.
Right. They handled our claim from start to finish, unlike those other companies. Good call. The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill this holiday. The only thing now is, which pie is Aunt Martha baking?
Drive with absolute peace of mind this holiday season. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-490-0429. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox today. 800-490-0429. 800-490-0429. Or oxcarcare.com. Coverage varies by plan, new contracts, and exclusions, and insurancewarranty.com.
Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-391-7602. 800-391-7602. 800-391-7602.
You didn't start a business to babysit your poorest performing employees. That's exactly why I started my business, so you don't have to. Hi, I'm Alan Jones, founder and CEO of Bambi. I created Bambi so small business owners can take back control of their business. Need to fire a poor performing employee who happens to now want 3 months off? Your Bambi HR manager will take care of that for you in your first week with us. You spend your time coaching your A players, we'll take care of the rest. I'm so confident that Bambi will help you focus on what you love about running your business that I'm offering a $1 trial to the service for your first month. Trust me, there are no limits to the amount of calls or questions you can give your Bambi HR manager. After your first month, just $20 $29 a month for companies of any size. Month to month, no hidden fees, cancel anytime.
Get a month of Bambi for just $1. Go to Bambi.com and type CNN under radio to schedule your first call with an HR manager right now. Go to BAMBEE.com, CNN Radio.
And we're back with the health lead and Dr. Sanjay Gupta on call. Yesterday, we asked for your questions on the bird flu outbreak in dairy cattle and how it could affect the U.S. milk supply. So let's get some answers and let's bring back Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Sanjay, let's start with a question from Vinod in Houston, Texas, who asks, is there a vaccine for bird flu?
Yeah, so the short answer is yes. But there's a limited number of doses. It's not commercially available for people. There was some discussion earlier on about potentially making those doses available to farm workers, the people most at risk that we know of. And they actually did this in Finland, Jake, where they offered those to farm workers in Finland. They haven't done that in the United States, so I still think that's under consideration. There are some vaccine makers who are talking about making a larger supply of the vaccine, possibly even using mRNA technology, something we talked a lot about during the COVID pandemic. And, still there is a flu shot, which might offer some protection in terms of symptoms against the H5N1, but it's not specifically directed for them. So yes, there is a vaccine, not enough doses at this time.
So we've been talking a lot about unpasteurized milk. Gail asks, we've been buying unpasteurized cheese at a Whole Foods in Monterey, California. Is that safe to eat?
Yeah, this is a great question. So unpasteurized cheese, raw milk cheese. What is interesting about this is that you can buy that in the United States. It is heavily regulated in the United States, though. And what that specifically means is that if it's made with unpasteurized milk, that has to sit for 60 days before it can be sold. And the idea is that if you wait 60 days, that should really reduce or eliminate the chance that those pathogens such as E. coli or Salmonella or Listeria would still be present in the cheese. They also add various acids and salts, which can also sort of reduce the amount of pathogens in the cheese as well. I'll tell you, in other countries it's different. I was in Italy, Jake. They have a raw cheese festival there, something that they actually eat quite a bit of. Not the case here in the United States.
All right, Dr. Sanjay Gupta on call. Thanks. Always good to see you. Coming up next, prominent real estate brokers who are brothers were arrested today in a New York sex trafficking case. Stay with us.
It's Carrie's country. You're just living in it.
You can tell Carrie's in her element. You got
Hey,
her
what
people
up
doing
with
what
it?
she loves to do.
Carrie Underwood's own channel, featuring live performances, brand new music, and never before heard
That ain't
stories
even
from
wrong
the
over there.
idol-turned country icon.
You want to hear a variety. You don't want to hear the same songs. You want new things for your ear to gravitate toward.
Travel to Carrie's country anytime. Sirius XM Channel 60.
Americans have been experiencing near-record wait times to see their doctor, but it could get worse. American Medical Association President Dr. Bruce Scott has more.
Doctors are facing their fifth straight year of Medicare cuts, and Medicare pay has fallen 30% since 2001. Costs are increasing all around us, and this means physicians have to make difficult choices. And in some cases, that means limiting the number of Medicare patients they see. With the physician workforce shortage, seeing your doctor could be especially difficult for patients in rural and underserved areas.
The American Medical Association is calling on Congress to stop the Medicare cuts and provide a payment update aligned with increases in inflation.
Medicare payments to physicians are not keeping up with the cost of care. Doctors need a payment update to keep the doors open and ensure access for Medicare patients in the future.
More information on the Medicare cuts, visit fixmedicarenow.org.
What if you could unlock over $1 million in personal and business credit? That's exactly what Ray Reynolds can do for you. I'm talking about protecting your family and building your business with $100,000 in personal or business cash credit. And Ray can help you rebuild your credit score to 750. Ray Reynolds isn't just any expert. He helped the security chief of TRW and became Experian, one of the most trusted credit bureaus. If you're looking to get your finances on track, Ray is the man you should call for a 750 credit score. Call Ray at 800-548-6750. 800-548-6750. Join his live webinars and attend his weekly workshops to learn the insider strategies for hitting your personal and business goals. Ready for a 750 credit score and your first $100,000 in credit? Call Ray Reynolds now at 800-548-6750. That's 800-548-6750.
If you're one of the millions of people enjoying the weight loss benefits of GLP-1s, now you can enhance your weight loss journey with Replenza. Replenza is physician-formulated nutritional support designed for GLP-1 users so you can look great and feel great while you lose weight. Replenza is formulated for GLP-1 users to support muscle recovery, digestive health, and skin elasticity. Replenish and feel great while you lose weight. Get your GLP-1 daily replenisher at ReplenzaLabs.com now. That's ReplenzaLabs.com. Spelled REPLENZA Labs.com. ReplenzaLabs.com.
These statements are not evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. As with any diagnosis, consult your healthcare provider before use, especially if you're pregnant, nursing, or taking medication on a regular basis. Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com. Weeknights at 8 Eastern on CNN.
Thanks for joining us. Yet more new developments.
It's Anderson Cooper 360, Sirius XM 116.
This is Sirius XM Radio.
Wrapping up with some last leads. In our Law and Justice League, two well-known real estate brokers in New York and their brother were charged in obtaining, drugging, and sexually assaulting multiple women. This morning, authorities arrested the brokers, Orrin and Tal Alexander, and their brother alone. All three are siblings. An attorney for Orrin Alexander says he's innocent. The FBI and U.S. attorneys say one or more of the defendants, quote, raped, drugged, or assaulted women they met by chance in bars or nightclubs, social events, and dating apps, unquote. And now to the solution of the mystery of the missing kayaker. Ryan Borgward, who disappeared in August, flew back to the U.S. from Eastern Europe on Tuesday. Officials say he faked his own death, leaving behind his wife and 3 children. Borgward was charged today in court with a misdemeanor count of obstructing an officer. He pleaded not guilty. Follow me on Facebook, Instagram, Threads, X, and on the TikTok. At Jake Tapper, you can follow the show on X and CNN as the Lead CNN. If you ever miss an episode of the Lead, you can listen to the show all 2 hours once you get your podcasts. The news continues on CNN with Wolf Blitzer. He's right next door in a place I like to call the Situation Room. I'll see you tomorrow.
To find out whether it's a fit in the process, and we'll just see how it goes.
Well, depending on the report, the side's close to a deal for the 6-time Super Bowl winning coach to go to Chapel Hill. Well, in fact, The Athletic reports it's a 3-year deal worth $30 million to get Bill Belichick to North Carolina. Belichick's dad, Steve, was an assistant at the school in the 1950s. Iowa State extended the contract to head coach Matt Campbell through 2032. Baseball, the Red Sox acquired White Sox ace Garrett Crochet for a package of minor leaguers, including their top prospect, Kyle Teal. MLB Network's John Morosi says Boston's also attempting to land a starter from the Mariners. David Bonderman, co-founder of TPG and owner of the Seattle Kraken, who's passed away at the age of 82. Bonderman was also part owner of the NBA champion Celtics. 10 new limited ownership partners in the Bills were announced today, including former NBA stars Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady, and U.S. soccer legend Josie Altidore. The league also announced that the first ever regular season game will be played in Berlin next season. NBA Cup quarterfinal play the 2-0. For Sirius XM Sports, I'm Siegfried Koss.
An alarm you actually look forward to. This is the award-winning
some baseball talk in there. So much going on and so many questions. 15-year deals. This drives me absolutely crazy. But all sorts of stuff going on. So he's on assignment there. Andrew Cooper will be back tomorrow and Friday as well. So it's just me flying solo here. But listen, that opens it up even more for you guys. Your calls, your start sits, 888-963-2682. I get it, man. People are freaking out. It's been, you know, what I find incredibly funny is that it's just been such a tumultuous up and down season. And I mean from start to finish. I remember back in week 1 when we were lamenting over the crazy upsets and survivor pools getting blown up and Cincinnati Bengals stinking on ice and, you know, like all of that. And then we just and poor performances. It's like the tight end, the top 5 tight ends not performing like the top. And that's playoffs. So if you're in the playoffs, you've got questions. Today is an absolutely spectacular day to get them straightened out. I've got lots of stuff to talk to y'all about. Catch up on all the latest news and notes from around the NFL. I'm looking at different week 15 matchups that we're going to want to exploit. And it's not just about season-long playoff fantasy football. It's also about DFS. It's all about your prop betting. Everything that goes along with it. So we're going to look at matchups that see all the time where we target against certain teams. So what's going on against the Giants this week? Who's playing the Panthers? How about those Jaguars and their pass defense? So we're going to cover all of that action here today. I did the DFS watch list that just published over at fantasyalarm.com. So we will be talking about a lot of things from a cost-efficient standpoint, building that winning lineup. Again, you're coming off of such a phenomenal week, and I was just so jazzed up about it. Due to scheduling conflicts and changes in procedures over at Fantasy Alarm, John and Pemba moved over to the playbook because it was supposed to be out on Fridays, and I just didn't have the bandwidth to do it on a Friday. Well, he needed to be away for the weekend, and everybody agreed that Saturday is fine for the DFS playbook, and that's when it came out. You guys got the watch list from me on a Tuesday. We got all the updates throughout the week, the show, everything that brought it to you. And then on Saturday, I did the playbook, and it was just on fire. It was absolutely on fire. From moment 1, I think it was like the first touchdown scored, where just boom. It was like 2 playbook guys and a dartboard player. So listen, we're gonna run that back again this week. Guess what? I'm gonna do the playbook again. It will come out on Saturdays so that we have all the latest news updates to help you guys out. We're getting injury news that's kind of creeping in here and there, right? I just was looking over at the news, trying to sift through all of the Bill Belichick stuff to learn that David Njoku missed practice today with a hamstring issue, and whether or not that's actually a Wednesday veteran taking the day off, or did he actually really tweak it during Sunday's game, and there is a concern for David Njoku. We'll get to all of that, but you know, so just going to carry you through everything here. It is Wednesday. Sham Blunt on the other side of the glass. She's with Faith Kessler today. We're going to spin that wheel of randomness, have a little bit of fun as well. That the Belichick stuff, I got to tell you, I think it doesn't have anything to do with fantasy right now. And I get it. Oh, better here for fantasy advice and start sits and tell me, you know, which quarterback I'm supposed to use. Like, yeah, we get that. But I'll tell you what, sometimes you look at stories and you wonder what the long-term ramifications are. I'm not a college football guy. I did not grow up in an environment that was big on college football at all. When I was growing up, Big East basketball was what it was all about. But when you're under 6 feet tall, a little bit on the overweight side, and you have a miserable three-point shot, well, basketball's not really your game. You end up pivoting to other areas. But football, college football was never anything big for me. Nobody had ever gotten bitten by the college football bug. Rutgers was still a laughing stock of the university. It was like the University of Phoenix online, but like set up campus
over in New Jersey, but Rutgers football was never a thing at all when I was growing up. So, you know, I never got bit by that bug. And I went to a small liberal arts college upstate New York. You know, the kind of place where the starting quarterback says, you know, I could have gone to Division I, but I want the education first. Sure. But nevertheless, I didn't. So I don't know. I'm not like neck deep in the college football scene. Belichick going to a collegiate program like North Carolina, I tried to read up on certain things, what would work, what wouldn't work, what the reasons are for it. They're saying a 3-year, $30 million contract. You know, for me, I look at this, and from an outsider's perspective, I simply look at this as Belichick being there at the University of North Carolina would massively help this program. You know, he says all the right things. He wants to, you know, NFLize this program. So it's an NFL program at the college ranks. It's not so much what he's going to bring to the field, because again, I still think that Bill Belichick, you know, from an NFL standpoint, one of the reasons why he didn't land anywhere wasn't because he just wanted the time off and he wasn't enjoying it. He didn't like the teams that were offering him anything. It's the fact that we look at the modern day NFL and Belichick running an offense there is a bit archaic. Nothing wrong with it. It was incredibly successful for a very, very long time. So I don't really know in the run and gun type college football that we usually see, very pass heavy, innovative schemes, guys are running, unless of course you're talking about like Army or Air Force, where you're running like the triple option, and you run it like that, like Coach Boone and Remember the Titans, right? I run 4 plays, they're all deers. So Belichick, from a standpoint on that front, I'm not so sure what that fit is, how it would work. What I look at it is from a business standpoint, in the sense that immediate top recruits immediately want to go to North Carolina and play for Bill Belichick. He is one of the winningest coaches in NFL history, 6 Super Bowl titles, everything about it, just the name itself carries tremendous weight in the world of football, whether it's college football or professional football. So immediately, if your kid has NFL dreams, well, where do you want to go play? You want to play for a guy like Belichick who knows exactly what it takes to go to the NFL? I saw Stephen A. Smith make a comment about it, talking about the state of the NFL, I don't want to say disciplinary state of it, but, you know, Belichick runs an incredibly tight ship. We know that. His players are not getting into all of this crazy trouble that we're seeing all around the NFL. And the question is if your kid is serious about, you know, NFL aspirations, why wouldn't you send him to one of the winningest coaches of all time who doesn't take any crap from anybody? That's going to be, to me, that's what's going to happen, you know, as far as, you know, it'll end up, like, the program will boost immediately. How they end up performing ultimately on the field, well, when you're getting the best players, and that's the thing, you know, it's the debate all the time. The national champion, the college national champion beat the worst team in the NFL. And you ask the majority of people out there, they'll tell you no. They can't. The NFL runs at such a faster pace. It's so much more complex. It really is. And so when you look at that, you're saying that now you're going to take all the best recruits out there, and they're going to all want to go to North Carolina. You're taking the best of the best. That's why so many college coaches fail from going from college to the pros, because now all of a sudden they don't have the best of the best among their players here. They've got, you know, this dude was a 7th round draft pick. This dude was an undrafted free agent. This dude was he's like the 38th best offensive lineman. So, you know, you have to understand that kind of aspect with it. So for me, I look at this for Bill Belichick and I say, go Tar Heels, right? North Carolina. I mean, that is absolutely, it's a win for them, 100% across the board. Those are my thoughts there. Again,
you have to understand that the team needs to win as well, because you're not going to bring in a guy like Belichick, get all the top recruits, sign it with North Carolina, and then put a garbage team on the field. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that all ends up happening and what kind of an offense they run, what assistance Bill Belichick brings in. But I'll tell you what, North Carolina defensive players, they're going to be really, really good. You guys got thoughts on that? By all means, 888-963-2682. Again, I know it doesn't have any fantasy ramifications, but I just kind of feel like it's a very interesting situation. A very interesting situation, especially when so many people are talking about the fact that Belichick would never go to college because, he's going to have so many possible coaching opportunities here at the NFL level. I don't think anything's been confirmed, signed. I know that Adam Smith from 247 Sports, I saw early that he said that he tweeted out that they were finalizing a deal, and then Adam Schefter about 15 minutes ago said they're finalizing a deal. So it does sound like it's going to happen there, and we'll see. We'll see what we think about that. As far as stuff going on here now, the NFL. Well, there's a lot of stuff going on around the news world that is going to affect your teams if you are in the playoffs. I often kind of wonder, if you didn't make the playoffs and you're still listening to this chat, like let's say you play in like 2 leagues, 3 leagues, and you didn't make the playoffs, are you still listening? Are you still are you on your drive? Can you not quit us cold turkey? If you're driving home right now and you're just like, I missed the playoffs, super sad about it, it really bums me out, but I just can't quit the channel because that has been my ride home for the last 15 weeks of the season, beyond 15 weeks of the season. We're talking about draft season and into the regular season. Well, fear not, people. I will say this. If you are not in your fantasy playoffs right now, don't worry. We have so much going on. Fantasy Alarm Playoff Contest, partnering up with our good friends over at rtsports.com, doing all sorts of fantastic. We'll do some drafts here on the show that you guys are going to want to be a part of. We'll do some stuff in the Fantasy Alarm Discord. If you aren't a member of the Fantasy Alarm Discord, literally, it's such a great time. I'll tell you what, I'm going to get into full trophies. I'm going to get so much fun. You know what? I have to do. So I was poking around in the back admin over at fantasyalarm.com, and I noticed that the Black Friday promo has not been taken off. It hasn't been stopped. You can go to fantasyalarm.com/Black Friday. Put in the promo code BF24, and it'll still work. You'll still get $100 off the annual, which brings your monthly cost for the next 365 days less than $16 a month. They haven't turned it off yet. I'm sure somebody's listening to me right now and absolutely going to go bonkers. So if you don't subscribe to Fantasy Alarm, which I think you should, fantasyalarm.com/Black Friday. Code BF24. Do it. I'm telling you, man, nothing would make me smile more than for you guys to do. I'll tell you what, if you end up doing this right here, right now, you sign up for that, immediate entry into the playoff league. Immediate entry into whatever playoff leagues I end up doing. And listen, I just did 103 season-long leagues. You're telling me I'm going to be able to quit cold turkey when the season's over? No. I'm going to want to do massive playoff leagues as well. So you guys out there, if you don't subscribe, go try out the Black Friday promotion that's still active. And if you do and you sign up, I'll be able to see it on our admin. I will immediately reach out to you via email, and we will get you involved in one of our playoff leagues. All right. 'Twas the night before football, and from all the fam, the takes were flying about who was a sham, pick higher, pick lower, pick faster or slower, pick yards, pick receptions, pick tackles or interceptions.
like
Pick
a
who
regular
goes
season.
off, pick who drops the
Right.
ball, turn those
And
takes
remember
into
they
cash,
changed it to a
all
TA while
on
they were in
Underdog.
process of
Download
doing
the
this,
Underdog
now they
app
put
and
a
start
Chester's
playing
and a
today. New
Subway.
customers
Oh,
sign
really?
up and deposit using promo code BALL and receive
Remember
a
it was
free
like
pick for your
dirt and
first
we would
cash
park
entry and
over
up to
by a tree
$1,000 in
and a
bonus
thing,
cash.
so yeah.
Underdog,
Park over
again,
here,
that's
that was
promo
fine,
code
but
BALL.
not
Cash
since
in on
they
every touchdown.
made
Must
it all
be
fancy
18 and over,
schmancy.
19 and over in Alabama, Nebraska, 19 and over in Colorado for some games. 21 and over in Massachusetts and Arizona, and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. It's void in Colorado. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, it's 1-800-NEXT-STEP. That's 1-800-639-8783. Or text NEXT STEP to 53342. In New York, call 24/7 Hope Line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY to 467-369. When we come back, we're going to start talking about some matchups that we want to exploit here in Week 15. I'm looking at this Ravens-Giants game, and I'm hearing that Tommy Cutlets is going to be the guy under center for New York. What does that do for our thoughts on Malik Neighbors? Find out if he's startable this week. Howard Bender, Fantasy Alarm, SiriusXM, Fantasy Sports Radio.
The fantasy football playoffs are here, and you need Fantasy Sports Radio now more than ever. After a grinding season of injuries, waiver moves, and decisions, the finish line is in sight.
We've seen some
ridiculous running backs.
Driver area, got a little table, grass.
Making the wrong move could mean the difference between glory or defeat.
Every week, Mike Evans is either scoring or putting up some numbers.
Touchdown Tampa Bay. Don't lose because you weren't listening. Channel 87 of Sirius XM app.
You can just move through life, or you can find the things that move you. It's your choice. Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Yeah, that's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose the ones you love. Good boy.
11, 8, 33,
Choose your path. Choose to make something. Choose loud.
You want me to park over there? You good?
Actually, choose quiet. Choose to feel it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move. You know who you are. Mazda. Move and be moved.
Successful coaches always consider the approach they take for the season. It's the same with the approach you take for the holiday season, which is why the jewelry experts at Jared should be a part of your holiday gifting game plan. Whether your plan is to strike big with a sparkling gift or a fill their stockings with lots of joy, your local Jared expert can help you win the holiday season with new and exclusive diamond and gold fashion jewelry. Find gifts for all, big and small, this holiday at your local Jared Jewelers and at jared.com.
Howard Bender from Fantasy
Ravens, I don't know if these are Ravens or Crocs.
Work to do before you become a fantasy football champion this season. Getting to week 17 with the best team is hard, and your opponents aren't just going to give you the trophy. You need to stay sharp, and you need to play like a champion all season long. That's where Fantasy Alarm's All-Pro comes in. All-Pro gives you everything you need to win your league, including rankings, waiver wire targets, trade analyzers, start-sit advice, and even one-on-one access with our analysts, so you can get your questions answered about your specific teams each week.
Oh, I got a miss.
All-Pro keeps things simple and fun. It's as easy to use as it is awesome. So go All-Pro and join the family today. Visit fantasyalarm.com/win and use that promo code Let's Go for 50% off your first month. That's fantasyalarm.com/win. Promo code Let's Go, because when you go All-Pro, you win like a pro.
Paul Kelly here from Fantasy Football Morning, presented by Fantasy Points. Get ready to maximize your fantasy points this season. Weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Fantasy Sports Radio, where winning, survive, and advance this fantasy football playoff season. You're listening to the Fantasy Alarm Show.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Howard Bender here on the Fantasy Alarm Show.
starting to take a look at some of the Week 15 matchups that we really want to exploit. You know, one of the fun things also, and for those of you out there at SiriusXM Fantasy on the old Twitter machine, you know, I know that Shan and Josh were telling me, our producers, Shan Blunt and Josh Wagner. Josh is not here today. It's Faith Kessler. But our illustrious producers are diehard Steelers fans, and apparently the scuttlebutt is that Eagles fans now seem to be clamoring for Kenny Pickett to face the Steelers this week, throwing down a little revenge game narrative. So, you know what? I'm gonna put this to you guys out there. What's the best revenge game narrative for this week? You know, it's kind of
And I love where Coop automatically, I see Chuba Hubbard right to left.
Probably tell us what he ate.
James Conner is in there. Tony
He had
Pollard's
tomatoes
in there. Charbonnet
on the side with a small sandwich and bacon and macaroni and cheese.
Out. You know, but now I'm sitting there and I'm looking at like certain guys and I'm looking at like Rashad.
He said, hello again. I had tomatoes on the side and a small sandwich and bacon and macaroni and cheese.
With Jalen Warren, Isaiah Pacheco. We don't know what the split is with him and Kareem. DeAndre Swift losing touches to Roschon Johnson. Eating into the work of Travis. So, I mean, if you're sitting there and you're looking at your roster, you're like, I've got Najee, Pacheco, and DeAndre Swift, and then you're also sitting on Dowdle and or Chuba Hubbard. I tell you what, spoiled, I'm going to tell you, the guy who's going to get the most touches. And that's going to be Dowdle and Chuba Hubbard. So keep an eye on that. Important message has arrived. Very much into that. As far as the Jets go, like I said about
proceed today at 8:33 p.m. CT.
But when I look at this game here, it has nothing to do with the Jets. Nothing to do with it. And I get it. Last week we were like, yeah, Will Levis, you're going to use him and Calvin Ridley, and you're going to put him with Nick Westbrook-Akine, and these guys are going to dominate the Jaguars. Their pass defense is terrible. It's terrible, terrible. Yeah, it is terrible, but Will Levis is not Aaron Rodgers. And while I can't stand Aaron Rodgers being the quarterback of the Jets, I'm just saying that he is looking to be, he's playing with pride. And he's not going to want to go down with this ship here, and he's going to want to show out that, you know, like the Jets' problems, he wants to finish this season strong enough so that he can turn around, maybe get a job with somebody else, or at the least turn around and say, obviously I was not the issue with the Jets. Because look at how great I played. Look at my stats. Look at my numbers. So Aaron Rodgers working off the Devontae Adams, Garrett Wilson, and I'll tell you what, if you're playing in a deep league, starts 3 wide receivers, maybe you've got 2 flexes, Alan Lazard is going to warrant some attention. Because what does Rodgers do? He goes with the guys he knows. Now, he's worked out well with Garrett Wilson and both, you know, while the number 2 to Devontae Adams, their targets have been close enough together that it's more like a 1-on-1 edge. Now you slap a little Alan Lazard in there, and I think Aaron Rodgers balls out this week. You know, every day we make choices. Whether it's little ones like what to eat for breakfast, to big ones like what road you choose to go down. That applies to the road you drive and the road you live. And both roads are better than Mazda. From the moment you step inside a Mazda, you're enveloped by unparalleled expert craftsmanship, soft premium materials, seamless smart technology, smooth handling, and responsive controls, meticulous attention to detail. All crafted with the intention to bring out the pure joy of driving. Every interaction with the car brings you a sense of confidence, a sense of power, and a sense of purpose. Because Mazda believes every drive should move you. It's everything you want in a vehicle that does more than just take you where you need to go. It takes you where you want to be. Mazda knows life is full of choices. Learn how to elevate your choices. See, before I said anything, I guess more about the New York Jets and their passing attack. I had to just, you know, get to one of those sexy moments. Take time out. When we come back, my good buddy from the New York Post, he's got some thoughts here on your RB1 for San Francisco. Find out what you need to know about Patrick Taylor, whether or not he's starting this week. When we return, it's Fantasy Alarm Series XM, Fantasy Sports Radio.
Here's what's happening on Sirius XM Sports.
6-time Super Bowl winning coach and Sirius XM Let's Go's Bill Belichick has apparently finalized a deal to be the new head football coach at the University of North Carolina. Reaction on College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Getting back on the road.
Sirius XM FM Radio, Channel 88, and the Sirius XM app.
fragrances are here. They make a great Christmas
Trump
present.
fragrance.
I've named them Fight, Fight, Fight because they represent winning. This fragrance is all about strength and success and confidence for men and for women. Get yourself a bottle and don't forget to grab one for your loved ones too. They'll thank you and they'll even smell good. Enjoy, have fun, and keep on winning.
That's right. President Trump's official new perfumes and colognes are here.
She
Just
sold
in
out like
time
a
for Christmas. These limited edition fragrances for men
Out of
and
stock.
women are available now and selling fast. Go to GetTrumpFragrances.com and get yours before they're gone. They make the perfect holiday gift. Go to GetTrumpFragrances.com today. It's an easy URL to remember. GetTrumpFragrances.com. See GetTrumpFragrances.com for details. Paid for by 45 footwear.
That motherfucker wrapping up right and
Get
left
your
before he
official
goes
Trump
president.
perfume and cologne. Go to GetTrumpFragrances.com. GetTrumpFragrances.com.
And now they got it where we can
Football
put
scouts look for
we can
players
put
that
any
have
item
the
we
right
want on our
skills to
affiliate.
enhance the team's success. With the
They
right
made it to
picks,
where
you
we
can be
total
confident with your
affiliate with
choices.
everybody.
You need that
Put
same confidence when you're hiring
Adidas,
for a small
Nike,
business where every hire is
Gucci,
critical to your success. LinkedIn is the perfect
Louis
hiring
Vuitton,
solution to give you confidence that you're getting the most
Home Depot.
qualified set of professional candidates you can't find anywhere else. Hire the right person for your role.
Hope they keep it like that. I hope it's not just till after Christmas.
LinkedIn.com/SXM. As a small business owner, you need to feel confident that every new hire is going to perform when the game is on the line. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can feel confident knowing that your small business is getting the highest quality talent. As the world's largest professional network where 8 people are hired every minute, you can confidently hire professionals you can't find anywhere else with LinkedIn Jobs. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/SXM. That's linkedin.com/SXM. Terms and conditions apply.
This is former fantasy football superstar Torrey Holt. Who's the next Torrey Holt of fantasy football? The answers are right here. Fantasy Sports Radio.
It's Gary's country. You're just living in it.
You can tell Carrie's in her element. These are her people. This is what she loves to do.
Carrie Underwood's own channel, featuring live performances, brand new music, and never before heard stories from the idol turned country icon.
You want to hear a variety. You don't want to hear the same songs. You want new things for your ear to gravitate toward.
Travel Carrie's country anytime. Sirius XM Channel 60.
It's trophy season, and it's time to take what's yours. This is the Fantasy Football Playoffs on Fantasy Alarm.
Welcome back, everybody. Howard Bender here on the Fantasy Alarm Show. We'll get to your phone calls at 888-963-2682 in just a hot second. But my good man, Drew Loftus from the New York Post. He's the fantasy sports editor over there. You can follow him on Twitter at NYPost. NYPost Drew _Loftus, LOFTIS. You dog you love. It's Drew Loftus. Drew, what's going on, brother? How are you today?
Hey, doing well. Hope you are. Thanks for having me back.
Always great to have you here. Now, I know that you're not in the fantasy playoffs, but I still think you're looking ahead to this week, right?
Yeah, I actually snuck in one of my 3 home leagues. I actually snuck into the playoffs based on points scored. Got the last playoff position, but I missed in my other 2. I did make around 60% in the playoffs overall, which is not great, but it's not as bad as that I did in my heart league.
Better than a poke in the eye, Drew. That's what it's all about. It's better than a poke in the eye. So if you're in the playoffs here, then you've got to be looking ahead here towards week 15. Let's just start off with the fact that we've got Thursday Night Football. It is a crazy good matchup between the Rams and the 49ers. We just watched the Rams beat the Bills, yet they're an underdog in this one here against the 49ers. Are they an underdog, Drew, because Patrick Taylor is going to be the hottest running back in football this week?
I think it's just the injuries as a whole. I mean, I've got to tell you, you keep looking at this 49ers team, and they keep turning out running backs after running back after running back who keep producing. And Taylor did okay when he came in for Garindo. Garindo came in last week and did phenomenal when he was in the game. So who's to say that Patrick Taylor's not going to do the same? We're on the 4th string now, and you really
in terms of the fantasy production, there wasn't that huge of a drop-off that we expected from McCaffrey down to Jordan Mason.
Which team on the fourth string quarterback?
Between McCaffrey, Jordan Mason, which is who they do have. Remember I had you pick him up? And I picked him up. Then he is on the IR. And Isaac Brendo, which I ended up picking up. I tried to pick him up for the other. He got 26 points in 3 quarters and ended up getting hurt. It was out of the fourth quarter. And it's Patrick Taylor.
Brendo plays this week, so I was looking at Patrick Taylor play, and I was playing him in front of, some decent running backs. I'm going to play him in front of James Cook this week, or Tyrone Tracy, DeAndre Swift. I'm going to play him ahead of those guys. Isaac Pacheco, just because I know that if he's in the game and Garindo's out, he's going to get a huge workload, and that offense keeps turning out fantasy running backs. So, just play with easy and play along the lines of the history. The history is telling you, go into San Francisco running back.
Right, we talk about the system constantly. It's the perfect example of watching it unfold. Let me throw a little wrinkle in there. Technically, Isaac Garindo has not yet been ruled out. We know it's a foot sprain, but here's the question, Drew. I can't imagine if they say that Isaac Garindo is going to play. I can't imagine that on a short week that they would turn around and be like, all right, we're going to play him and not utilize him, or you're going to share snaps. If Garindo is active here against the Rams on Thursday, are you starting him, or are you too concerned that he goes in for like a series and then comes out and doesn't finish the game?
Yeah, to me, I'm much less on Garindo. He actually plays. Short week being the main concern. If you're talking about 4 days, he hasn't practiced yet. And so if he goes out there on Thursday, he's going to feel rushed. You worry about, is he going to get the full workload? Is he going to have a full workload? Is he going to be effective if he gets out there? It's a foot injury. He's a running back. He needs his feet. He's got to cut. He's got to run. It's not a thing that's easy to overcome. It's just like his shoulder or something that's a little easier for a running back. And what happens when he gets re-injured? That happens. He's only in the game for half the time. So to me, if he plays at all, it ruins the both of them. So yeah, I'm out on that backfield. If Garindo's playing, if Garindo sits, I'm heavy in on Patrick Taylor.
The voice of Drew Loftus from the New York Post, following on Twitter at NYPost Drew _Loftus. I don't know why I'm stumbling over your Twitter handle all of a sudden here. I've been saying it constantly here. Unbelievable. You know what it is, man? It's the anxiety of the playoffs. It's all getting to me now, Drew. It's all getting to me. I'm looking at some weird running back situations, and I'm kind of wondering, about, we make preparations to handcuff running backs, right? Blake Corum handcuffed to Kyron Williams. Kendry Miller, now the handcuff to Alvin Kamara. Are we concerned about the top guys, though, here as the season's waning down, that maybe Darren Rizzi gives Kendry Miller more work, and that kind of softens how good Alvin Kamara has been for fantasy purposes all year?
I think that's a very strong consideration, at least on my end. He got a lot of work last week, more than I ever anticipated. I really thought we were going to get a Kamara bump with Taysom Hill out, because Kamara's been great. He hasn't scored a lot of touchdowns. He hasn't been getting in the end zone. And this is the guy who once scored 6 in one game. So what's going on? I'm blaming a lot of it on Taysom Hill. Let's go to him down in the red zone. They go to their other running back. So I really figured once Taysom got out of the picture, that we were going to see some more Alvin Kamara touchdown opportunities. And they're just not. They gave him to Keandre Miller last week. I anticipate that's probably going to be what they continue to do, because for whatever reason now, they just don't like Kamara in the end zone. I think he's like 5th in the league thereabouts in rushing attempts, but he's in the teams like 14 or 15 in red zone rushing attempts. So it's a big drop off there. He's just not getting those opportunities like he really should. And I think Keandre Miller is going to continue to undercut him, sort of like Taysom Hill did. So that bump I was hoping for isn't going to happen. But his share of volume is still strong enough. He's productive enough. He's still playing. But we're not going to get the bump that I was hoping we're going to get, and that's unfortunate.
It's definitely unfortunate, and it makes me very sad as a Kamara investor, no doubt about it. Thoughts on Blake Corum doing the same for Kyron Williams, or do you think this all belongs to Kyron Williams and Blake Corum is not a concern? You start Kyron no matter what.
Yeah, Kyron, I think, is trickier than Kamara, just because we've seen him dip recently with the return of Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp as well. And now you have Corum getting into that mix at running back.
How to say you ain't passing me the test the same way yesterday?
He got tons of volume.
Yeah, how to say you ain't passing me today? Just to say, get on back. How fast the Honda go?
Are lowered at this point. So I certainly think he's still in the conversation to play, and it is a strong play, particularly if you're looking at an RB2, maybe an RB2, but really he's a great flex. But in my mind, he's done this every week RB1 that he wants to start the season. There's just too many other mouths to feed in that offense at the moment, and it is dragging on his attitude.
Let's move off the running back show. I want to talk to you about a QB right now. Because, obviously, some people not really available in super flex leagues, but, when you look at like season-long leagues, single quarterback leagues, there are some people who are definitely struggling at the position. They're looking to stream players in. They keep asking me, what do you think about this guy rest of the season? Looking at the matchups. We've seen since Shane Waldron got fired in Chicago, we've seen some improvements here from Caleb Williams. We've also seen that, both DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. And you know what? Even though Williams got to the end zone twice this past week, these guys have all kind of turned out a little bit, lately. Caleb Williams, is this a trustworthy quarterback for your fantasy playoffs?
Trustworthy might be a bit of a stretch, but I tell you this, I'm feeling a lot better about it. And he's gone from off my radar to certainly amongst the consideration. And if you've got some of these guys that have been struggling, like the Matthew Stafford's another one, sort of hit and miss from week to week. And so Caleb Williams coming into this, he's got 3 straight pretty good games. Even 4 decent, games. He's had, 7 touchdowns in the past 3 games. And against Minnesota this week, it was a few weeks ago against Minnesota, he had 2 touchdowns, 26.9 fantasy points as a quarterback against the same Minnesota team. And now he's inside in a dome against these guys. So you got to deal with crowd noise, but you're playing in a comfortable atmosphere. It's not like he's going to be outside exposed to the weather. And it's the team that he's playing for. After that, he gets Detroit, another team where he scored 20-plus fantasy points against just a few weeks ago. So he's got some matchups here that are lining up at the same time when he's been playing much better, and he's getting a second shot at these guys, so he knows them even better now. So I like his outlook both this week and next. So yes, certainly in Superflex, he's a guy that I have in mind as like a QB2. If you didn't take your QBs high in the draft, and even in some leagues, when you're straining QBs in like a 12-teamer, there might be worse options on the waiver wire than this guy is. Guys that I feel comfortable now playing Caleb, and a guy like certainly like Kirk Cousins and that line. But he's on the radar now, and he wasn't just a month ago.
All right, look at that. Patrick Taylor's a go if no Isaac Guerrero is out there. Caleb Williams looking like he's got some value there, and we're fearing Kendrick Miller. He's Drew Loftus from the New York Post. Drew, thank you so much for joining us, man. Always a pleasure to get a chance to hang out with you. And please tell your darling wife that I'm sorry that you just left her flat sitting there in a restaurant by herself so that you can take my call.
Look at the car now, so you can tell me it's Bill's paid and off and running.
I love it. All right, well, Drew, I will talk to you next week. Thank you so much for joining us. And when we get back, we'll take some phone calls at 888-963-2682. And is one of the most trustworthy wide receivers in history of NFL. Trustworthy this week. Let's talk Adam Thielen and his target share. Howard Bender, Fantasy Alarm, SiriusXM, Fantasy Sports Radio.
Leave the noise and the chaos of the holidays behind and escape to a channel filled with cozy piano, string and horn versions of your holiday favorites. Set the mood for a stress-free season with SiriusXM Holiday Instrumentals, now through Christmas Day, on the SiriusXM app, along with dozens of other holiday channels and specials.
Thursday night, the Busties are back. Don't miss Busted Open's annual holiday party, streaming live on YouTube. Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Join Dave LaGreca, Bully Ray, Mark Henry, and Tommy Dreamer as they join forces to spread holiday cheer with special guests, games, and of course, the Busty Awards. What was the match of the year? Who was the biggest breakout performer? Who will walk away as Wrestler of the Year? Find out at the Busties.
Played in Portland next season. NBA Cup quarterfinal play in moments. The Hawks visit the Knicks, followed by the Warriors and Rockets on NBA Radio Sirius XM 86. UEFA Champions League, Juventus shut out Man City 2-0. For Sirius XM Sports, for Gossip. Sports is happening on Sirius XM.
DFS watch list.
Are you watching?
Watching you. I'm watching you on a scale of 1 to 10. 1 being, and 10 being, oh man, I crap my pants. Where are you?
It was brilliant. No, there is no word to describe, so I'm forced to make one up, and I'm going to do so now. Scrumptious.
That's scrumptious. I gotta throw some props to you. You're using the word scrumptious. Pretty scrumptious.
So my partner can be? Huh?
Yes. But you know, PBS, Hall & Oates used to do a show, right? Where they would do, they'd set their band up at their house, and they'd have guest appearances come in their house and actually film it, and then post it. I think it was on YouTube, though. Remember CeeLo Green came in there and he killed one of their
I'm
songs.
Howard Bender. You're listening to the Fantasy Alarm Show. Here I got Sham Blunt and Faith Kessler on the other side of the glass. You guys on the phone lines at 888-963-2682. We'll get to more phone calls and line up situations here, but we've got to jump into the DFS watch list. I put out the watch list every Tuesday. Well, it's all right, fine. It came out this morning. But you know what? I'm at this point right now. Like I said, I did the playbook last week, and it was there's no other way to say it. And you know what? I'm not usually one of those people who like jumps here onto the airwaves and tells you how much money he made, how great he is, or anything like that. But you know, I spent the entire time letting watching John and Peppa do the playbook, and trying to get my feet under me for this NFL season. And it was weird, like trying to change. After doing the playbook every weekend for 10 years. Well, it kind of gets a little weird, so I was super pumped about getting back into it this past week, and I personally think that it shows in the work. You read the write-ups that I had, the analysis that was provided, the example lineup. The example lineup's absolutely crushed. And I'll tell you what, let this be a lesson to everybody. One thing, and I talk about this inside the DFS watch list. When you are building yourself a cash game lineup, or your cash game lineup, you're thinking about floor. You want high floor players in great spots. That's what you're looking for. You're not sitting here swinging for the fences. A guy like Nick Westbrook-Akine, who made his way into the cash lineup this week, doesn't normally make it into the cash lineup because it just so happened that he had 8 touchdowns in 8 games and was seeing an increase in targets, and everything about it looked good to be able to use, and it was like super cheap. But what you're looking for is you're looking for guys who are going to see consistent targets, and if you look at the wide receivers who I used in my cash lineups, Justin Jefferson, Jacoby Myers, Mike Evans, even Calvin Ridley for the matchup that he was in and the number of targets that he was seeing. Puka Nacua, right? These are guys who are target monsters on their team, and you utilize them in cash situations because you're not expecting 2 catches for 32 yards and hope that he scores a touchdown. That's what you're hoping for with Marquez Valdez-Scantling or Nick Westbrook-Akine. MVS also made it into a cash lineup as well because of the consistency that we've seen and the fact that there was garbage, sitting there, in New Orleans, and he was the best wide receiver that they had. Just so happens that, we lost Derek Carr to a broken bone in his non-throwing hand, and, a couple of other dings and dents and stuff like that. I like that one more time.
Yeah, he's going to get winner.
That's my boy, Eric. Seriously, that's one of my favorite drops. All
anyway, though, so when you're building your cash lineups and you want that zero fat, high floor lineup, you want to take that and you want to put that into a GPP tournament. Guaranteed prize pool tournament. It's the big money tournaments that everybody wants. It's the Millie Maker on FanDuel. It's the Sunday Million. You know, the one that everybody plays. The one where like the top 40 people get paid out and everybody else just donates. That's what a GPP, guaranteed prize pool tournament is. When you're building that lineup, you're swinging for the fences. You'll use a guy like Nick Westbrook and Keenan without batting an eye because you just want him to get a touchdown. You're using a low-end tight end. You're paying for a tight end, paying like next to nothing for him, just hoping that you can chase that touchdown. And that raises, his value. So when you're building those GPP tournament lineups, you're taking more chances, and that lineup is either going to hit beautifully for you, or it's going to be a disaster. Yes, there's times where it kind of falls into the middle there, but more often than not, that's what you should expect from your GPP tournament lineup. So you always take your cash lineup and put it into a GPP contest. That's what I did with my lineups on FanDuel. I had two lineups, two cash lineups on DraftKings. One with Josh Allen and one with Sam Darnold. The one with Sam Darnold out there, guys. 199 and change. I put that one into GPP tournaments as well and took home money on that. My FanDuel lineup with Josh Allen finished with like almost 204 points. Again, I think the top prize was like 220, 230 in like the Sunday Million. But when you look at contests like the Bomb or the Shuttle, like all of a sudden these contests, the pay lines, because the entry fee is higher. Whether it's a $44 entry fee or whether it's, a $100 entrance fee, like all of a sudden you'll see that the top prize gets knocked down a little bit because it's less people putting it in there and there's less people taking all these oddball chances. But you always take that high floor cash lineup and put it into a GPP tournament because you just never know. Because those players, if they all pop, it's ridiculous. On FanDuel, I had Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley, Isaac Guerrero, Puka Nacua, Jacoby Myers, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Will Dissly was my tight end, Zach Charbonnet in my flex, and the Titans defense. And that lineup went bonkers. Now, if I paid down from Saquon Barkley and scattered that money into, like Justin Jefferson instead of using Myers and MVS, it's definitely possible. Definitely possible. I had all the plays in the playbook. The ultimate, I think the optimal lineup from my playbook last week, I think it would have finished up with like 240 points on DraftKings and like 235 points on FanDuel. One at each position on DraftKings, one at each position on FanDuel. And just featured players who I'm probably going to be using in my lineups. I already said Aaron Rodgers, and he's the cover boy of this whole thing. Now again, if you've listened to me before, you know I hate Aaron Rodgers as the Jets quarterback. I absolutely hate it. I despise it. But when you're going up against the Jacksonville Jaguars, there is definite 300-yard multi-touchdown potential here for Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if I would trust him as my cash game quarterback, but as far as building a GPP stack, yeah, that I'm definitely gonna check out. The Jags rank basically in the bottom 3 in every defensive metric against the pass, and so I'm gonna want to jump in on that. And Aaron Rodgers is definitely a guy who's worth it because he's only 5,400 on DraftKings. Only 5,400. He's like super cheap as well. On FanDuel, what's his price on FanDuel? Where am I looking? No, I'm not looking high. There is 7,100. He's at like the lower end of the mid-tier pricing. Who do I like up top? I love Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson will probably be my cash game blocker. Rushing upside, everything that he does well. Him, Jaden Daniels, I'm probably paying up for him as well. Those two guys I'm looking at. I'm even looking at Jared Goff. I'm not gonna lie. This Bills, this Bills Lions game is either going to be just like the Bills Rams game, or it's going to be an absolute bust of a nightmare. Like, everybody's going to stack this game. They're going to game stack it. You're going to be loving on these players all over the place. Massive ownership shares of Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, and everybody's going to be playing Amari Cooper. They can't believe this price tag is where it is. And we're going to see a lot of that this week. That game's either going to really pop, or it's going to be an absolute bust. So in order to kind of hedge against that, I know the Rams are going to beat the snot out of the Giants. I just know it. And Lamar Jackson coming off of the bye week. This is one of those games that I've talked about before. It's like a tune-up game. When you're coming off of the bye week and you're facing an opponent like the Giants, well, yeah, you're going to run Derrick Henry and you're going to establish yourself right there from the get-go. But then what do you want to do? You want to make sure that Lamar is building some momentum going into the tail end of the season. You want him and this offense firing on all cylinders as you go into the playoffs, because as it stands right now, you've got, you're worried about Buffalo and you're worried about Kansas City. And those are the guys with the home field advantage. One of those two teams is going to end up with the bye. So you're going to end up needing Lamar Jackson to have that momentum right from the word go. So he's probably like my cash game block quarterback here. Jaden Daniels as well. I might build a lineup. I'll probably build more of a GPP lineup with Jared Goff just for that. But, for me, Aaron Rodgers is a spectacular pay down for sure. At the mid-tier, I like me some Kyler Murray. Not going to lie. Opposing quarterbacks have been extremely efficient against the New England Patriots. Extremely efficient. Now, Christian Gonzalez likely to see a lot of Marvin Harrison Jr., which means, though, that Kyler Murray's going to have to spread it around. I want more passes to James Conner. I want Trey McBride to hit on the regular. I think Michael Wilson's the guy who ends up popping in this one. Kyler Murray, Arizona Cardinals, they need this. They need this. They can't screw around here. They need the win. This NFC West, to me, is wide open. And so, Kyler Murray, I get it. Everybody, you get let down by him. The two picks that he threw last week, it didn't kill his value. It didn't help it. But, it just obviously changed the flow of the game. He doesn't throw those picks, and he marches down the field more than those stats get. So high-end Lamar Jackson / Jaden Daniels. Mid-tier, I love me some Kyler Murray. Pay down, give me some Aaron Rodgers for sure. At the running back position, I talked about this earlier in the show. Chuba Hubbard and Rico Dowdle. Those are my two feature running backs. Now, listen, obviously, Derrick Henry is going to be a beast. I love Joe Mixon. Devon Achane, what he does in the passing attack for Miami. These guys are great. They're all very expensive. Chuba Hubbard, Rico Dowdle, these guys are further down the list. They're more mid-tier pricing, depending on which site that you go for. But, listen, on DraftKings, Chuba's 6,500, Rico Dowdle's 6,100. On FanDuel, Chuba's 75, Rico's 71. They're good, easy-going prices to be able to get it in there. For a cash game lineup, like that's, I feel like that's going to be pretty chalky, which will enable you to spend up for a guy like Lamar Jackson. And then, you go with your wide receivers, and you end up with, some high-end guys, some mid-tier guys. Depends on which way you want to go. Like I said, with Aaron Rodgers, I'm going to pair him up with Garrett Wilson for sure. You can also pair him up with Devontae Adams. If you look at some of the defensive metrics, it's actually kind of interesting, because if you dive in a little bit deeper, the Jaguars actually do a better job against the team's number one than they do against the team's number two. And considering we've got Wilson, who's more like the 1A, I just feel like that pops. I also said keep an eye on Allen Lazard as well. So at the high end there, Garrett Wilson, that's actually at the higher end of the mid-tier pricing. You can look at, Jamar Chase, it's a no-brainer. You can fit the salary, Nico Collins, I love
Amon Ra. CeeDee Lamb's in a great spot here. Terry McLaurin. The pricing for these guys is so high up. You're only going to be able to grab probably one of them. And then you're going to have to, like, fight through the mid-tier, maybe find some value picks there, right? Like, all of a sudden you're going to have to be like, oh, yeah, that Adam Thielen's looking pretty snazzy right now. This 32% target share. I told you mid-tier pricing that I'm ready to load up on. I might just pair him up. I might even, like, I feel like you could use Lamar Jackson on his own. There's something about Zay Flowers' matchup here against the Giants secondary that I definitely like. And I'll tell you what, I also think that Lamar's going to have an easier time. He's, in the pocket. One of the things that you always love is when a team has a great pass rush going up against a mobile QB. That's, you want to take advantage of that because you think that the quarterback's going to run. But in this case here, I don't necessarily know. The Giants don't have Dexter Lawrence. They're all banged up on defense. So that's why I kind of think that Lamar Jackson gets to settle into the pocket a little bit more, throw the football around. I think he and Zay Flowers have themselves a grand old time. At the tight end spot, listen, I've been doing this all season long now, and I'm not going to change. I'm either going to use the chalkiest of the chalk, the tight end that everybody and their grandmother is using, and just keep pace with it, or I'm paying all the way down. And I'm just going to go with the dirt cheap. I'm not going to invest the money in some pricey tight end, because this tight end position, we talked about this a bunch. The tight end position this year is doing exactly what it's done every other year, except every other year it was Travis Kelce at the top, and then one other guy would step up. One year it's Mark Andrews, another year it's Sam Laporta. This year, you've got two great tight ends, Trey McBride sitting there at the top, and Brock Bowers. And then everybody else is just everybody else. And so Brock Bowers not on this slate. I do like Trey McBride. Probably pair him up with little Kyler Murray, since I am into Kyler Murray this week. But overall, I'm looking at the dirt cheap guys. I'm looking at paying down. I'm looking at, yes, that's right, Stone Smart. If Lad McConkey is out or limited, it's Stone Smart to the group. If McConkey plays, I still like Stone Smart. I might think about pivoting and playing on FanDuel with Noah Fant because Green Bay can't cover the tight end at all.
Stone Smart would be a good pickup.
But Stone Smart is as dirt cheap as you can possibly get. And he is going to he's seeing all the snaps, and he's going to see all the targets. He's a former wide receiver. He's in a really great spot here, a great matchup against Tampa Bay. Can't cover the tight end. They can't defend the middle of the field. I think Tampa Bay's giving up like the 6th most fantasy points per game to the tight end position. They rank like 28th or 29th in DVOA against the tight end. So Stone Smart's in a great spot. I think Noah Fant can play on FanDuel is as well. This is all in the Fantasy Alarm DFS watch list with a whole slew of other plays. Now, as this week goes on, I'll do my contrarian corner video. Players that people aren't looking at according to our DFS ownership projections. Right? I'm going to do the value play video, and I'm going to do the playbook again this week. I had so much fun doing it last week.
What's
We're
that,
going to run it
on
back
YouTube?
again. I'm going to do it this week. Fantasy Alarm crush it. If you don't subscribe, go. I'm going to do this again because I didn't even check to see if I was getting into that defense. My phone was blowing up in the middle of this show. And I'm wondering if it's somebody from within who said, please don't give out that promo code. Yeah, that Black Friday promo code. But I'll tell you what, folks, it's still alive, and it's still going, and it's $100 off of our annual subscription. So for the next year, season-long DFS betting, draft guides, cheat sheets, Discord access. Be my best friend. Jump into our Discord. Send me a private message. I'll help you out. We talk one-on-one all the time. I talk to the dudes on this Discord channel all the time. Dudes and ladies, actually. My wife's listening. Less than $16 a month. Less than $1 off the annual. That's what it becomes.
fantasyalarm.com/Black Friday. Promo code DRINK. Juan Soto is
Sleeper? What's that? Only the hot. Sleeper? What's that? Only the hottest fantasy sports app around. I can't believe you're not playing on it. Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you can win real money. I just pick more or less on at least 2 of my favorite players' stats, and if I'm right, boom, I win. I can pick up to 8 players to win 100 times my money. Wait, you can win up to 100 times your money? Is that right? Yeah, and right now, Sleeper has this crazy special offer for new users like you. You can play $5 and get a $55 bonus on top of it. Play $5 and get a $55 bonus? Okay, I'm sold. How do I get in before the next game? Easy. Just download the Sleeper app now and use promo code PASS55. That is easy. So what are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and start playing. Use code PASS55 to claim the play $5 and get a $55 bonus offer. That's code PASS55. Must be at least 18 years old. Promo code location and other restrictions apply. Minimum cost $25. See terms and use for details. Please not responsibly. Call 800-46-45-37 per hour.
Howard Bender from FantasyAlarm.com here. You still have a lot of work to do before you become a fantasy football champion this season.
Touchdown, incredible scramble to the pylon.
Getting to week 17 with the best team is hard, and your opponents aren't just going to give you the trophy. You need to stay sharp, and you need to play like a champion all season long. That's where Fantasy Alarm's All-Pro comes in. All-Pro gives you everything you need to win your league, including rankings, waiver wire targets, trade analyzers, start-sit advice, and even one-on-one access with our analysts, so you can get your questions answered about your specific teams each week. All-Pro keeps things simple and fun. It's as easy to use as it is awesome. So go All-Pro and join the family today. Visit fantasyalarm.com/win and use that promo code Let's Go for 50% off your first month. That's fantasyalarm.com/win. Promo code Let's Go, because when you go All-Pro, you've been like a pro.
Every Sunday, James Cole and I react to all the key injuries, the vulture touchdowns, and the wild plays. Kansas City wins this game! Join us for fantasy football postgame Sundays at 8 Eastern. You're fooling yourself. You're saying, why not be getting top 5 fantasy production for Baker Mayfield? That's not how this game works. Fantasy Sports Radio Channel 87 on the Syrian XM app. Hey, it's cracking all you fantasy sports players out there. It's your homie Ice Cube, and you're listening to the channel where fantasy meets reality. Sirius XM's Fantasy Sports Radio.
Leave no doubt for your fantasy football playoffs by listening to the Fantasy Alarm Show.
Well, all right, welcome back in, everybody. Howard Bender here on the Fantasy Alarm. 888-963-2682. Since I don't have the GM or Coop, your phone calls will be keeping me company. In just a bit, though, just some housekeeping notes to keep you all aware. Romeo Dobbs practiced in full today, and it sounds like he's one step away from being cleared via protocol, especially in a PPR format. Romeo Dobbs to me, we were just talking DFS, he's a great cash game player because he's the guy that they go to move the chains. Watson does the downfield work, Jake Reed does the gimmicky work and the jet sweep. Romeo Dobbs is like the bread and butter. So I like him, for a nice big game here against.
That's a big deal.
Or I'll tell you what, if you're doing some waiver wire work and you just want like a good depth guy sitting on your bench, Romeo Dobbs.
That's what we got to go up.
Got to go check out. Keon Coleman also practicing in full here for week 15. That's going to be an interesting one against the Lions. 54.5. That's the point total on that game. 54.5. Detroit Buffalo. That means we're expecting some fireworks. Dalton Kincaid, by the way, also practicing in full today for this game against the Lions. So all of a sudden, Josh Allen could have Amari Cooper, Khalil Shakir, Keon Coleman, Dalton Kincaid have all the weapons right here for what could be a preview of the Super Bowl. Detroit versus Buffalo. Crazier things have happened. Let's go to the phone lines at 888-963-2682. See if we can help some peoples out there. My man Phil, he's hanging on the phone lines here from Illinois. Phil, welcome to the Fantasy Alarm.
Thank you, my man. Bill's been hanging on the line for over an hour, man, but thank you anyway.
I appreciate the
just got
dedication, my friend.
a couple quick sections to say.
Talk about
I
yourself
love
in
the
the third
show,
person.
man. I love the curly flags. I love the East Coast swag, sound. But the show before you, man, I don't want to mention no names. I get, sometimes frustrated. I know we got to talk about stuff, current events that's happening, but, we get off hands sometimes, and I can't wait for your show to come on sometimes. Just like most of us, I got a bunch of teams this year. I'm all over the board. The year, it's crazy. But a quick one for anybody else. My strategy at the end of the season right now, I'll be picking up any backup running backs for any teams in the playoffs right now, in case they sit their starters down. And I guess that's about it, man. I'm just trying to get it all out before I forget. I'm an old man, and I have season ticket holder Bears since 1986. Thank you so much. Love you guys. All right, brother. Take care.
Thanks, Phil. Appreciate the kind words. Appreciate the shout out for sure. Always nice. Always nice. Season ticket holder for the Bears. Gotta love that. Gotta love that. That's a historic franchise. Soldier Field, great place. Maybe. I dig it. Let's go to South Carolina where Tom's hanging out there. Tom, welcome to the Fantasy Alarm.
Yeah, thanks very much. I love the show. Appreciate you taking my call. I actually have a good problem. I've got a wide receiver spot in the flex, so I need 2 out of the 3 between Cortland Sutton, Juwan Jennings, and David Montgomery.
Oh, Dave Montgomery and Juwan Jennings, you mean?
All right. I mean, listen. Nah, you know what? It's really not that. I mean, I get it. It looks tough because it comes down to whether or not you want Sutton or Jennings in your lineup. Because, listen, man, David Montgomery is an auto start for me every single week. There is nothing about what we've seen from Detroit and from David Montgomery that makes you not want to use him. He didn't get into the end zone, like 2 weeks ago? And he still ended up with 100 rushing yards? Like, that to me is, I mean, it's so automatic. Montgomery is definitely the guy. To coin a phrase that I know my producer Shan Blunt loves, it's mandatory Montgomery. Right? Our good friend Brad Evans, he was the guy who kind of championed that, Bears fan. So there you go. So Montgomery for sure. So Sutton versus Jennings. I gotta tell you, I'm gonna go with Cortland Sutton here. I've got Cortland Sutton inside my top 15 overall for this week. I do not like the Indianapolis Colts defense. I think they're better against the run than they are against the pass. Kenny Moore, it plays a lot more slot, and Cortland Sutton is your X receiver. And Joe Lombardi's offense has been funneling targets to the X receiver for decades. And Cortland Sutton's seen an average of he was seeing 10 targets per game for the 3 or 4 games leading up to Denver's bye. So I'm all in on Cortland Sutton here. I like Bo Nix. I like what he brings to the table. So Sutton for me, and then Montgomery is just an absolute must, Tom. Absolute must. Appreciate that. Let's keep rolling. I got JQ down in LA. What's up, JQ?
What's up, Howard, man? Long time no talk. You always give me the best advice. So I'm in a conundrum. I'm in, 7 leagues, but 4 of the playoffs I'm in. 2 of them I really care about. 1 league is pretty stacked, but one I'm having 1 quarterback, 2 receivers, 1 tight end, and 2 players. I got Bo Nix and Darnold. Sounds like you answered my question on that a second ago. But I got Neighbors, Allen, and St. Brown. And St. Brown hasn't been great against the defenses, so I kind of have him on my bench right now. Tell me if I'm crazy. And then I have Tyron Williams, Sucker Crab, Sucker Crab, Bijan, Charbonnet, and I have Kamara. And then I also have Hunter Henry, but I think I'm going to start Crab. But I'm wondering if Charbonnet and Kamara, should I start Charbonnet if Walker's out, stick Kamara?
You know what? I mean, it sounds dirty and it sounds disgusting, but I actually do think that it would start if Kenneth Walker is 100% out, because Zach Charbonnet gets that volume, and we like getting that volume. And, you know, New Orleans going up against Washington, it's a great matchup for Kamara, but, you know, the Kendra Miller spot in there, that's what's making me the most nervous, is the Saints aren't going anywhere. I mean, I guess they are in contention for that divisional title, but I just think that Charbonnet is just in a much better spot if he's getting all the touches for Seattle. So that's, you're just going to have to kind of wait and see what they say about that. As far as your wide receivers go, I'm going to keep Amon-Ra St. Brown in there. Buffalo's pass defense is good, but it's not great. You know, I mean, oh man, did we not just see DeMar Hamlin get burnt ridiculously deep by the Rams? I mean, he just doesn't have the speed to really keep up with a lot of guys, and I think that when you got Amon-Ra running around there with Tim Patrick and running around there with Jameson Williams and running around there with Sam Laporte, I think that there's enough there that you want. I'm looking at Amon-Ra over Malik Neighbors at this point right now. I get that Malik Neighbors will get targets funneled his way, but the problem that I have is that it's Tommy DeVito throwing the football now. I was so much happier with Drew Lock as the quarterback. So much happier. So for me, I got to get Amon-Ra St. Brown in there. I am going to use Bo Nix over Sam Darnold. And then, like I said, yeah, I want to get Sharps in there over Kamara if and only if Kenneth Walker III is 100% out. JQ, do me a favor, man. Hit me up on, Twitter. Yeah, my socials here. I'm at RotoBuzzGuy on Twitter, on Instagram. You can find me at The Real RotoBuzzGuy on TikTok for however long that is. I'm at RotoBuzzGuy on Blue Sky. I'm RotoBuzzGuy at gmail.com, JQ. Like, hit me up there so I can give, like, the full scope of your roster. I get that it's playoff time. I think I gave you the answers that I would like. But you know what? If you want to double check with me, by all means, give me the follows on social or just email me, and we'll get you guys covered for sure. Let's go to Cole in Edmonton. Oh, I got to tell you, man, I've got a very soft spot in my heart for Edmonton because the New York Oilers back in 1994, they were fantastic, Cole. They were a tremendous team on the East Coast. How are you? Welcome to the Fantasy Alone.
Yeah, first time caller, actually. That's awesome. You even know Edmonton exists. That's great. So a little bit of my team's been solid, man. I started off 1-5. I flipped Jordan Mason and Jaden Reed for Jamar Chase in week 4. Never looked back, didn't lose a game after that, and it's been crazy. But for this week, I'm looking a 3 wide receiver league, half PPR. I need 2 wideouts and a flex out of the following: Juwan Jennings, Darnell Mooney, Rico Dowdle, Bucky Irving, Sincere McCormick, Thielen, and Devontae Smith.
All right. Let me make sure that I got them all here. All right. So you need 2 wide receivers and a flex. And so far, I mean, listen, I love Juwan Jennings tomorrow night against the Rams. I think that Brock Purdy's going to have to pass the ball a ton. The Moon Boy, Darnell Mooney, going up against the Raiders. I think that he is in an absolute fantastic spot. Well, Monday Night Football spectacular there. Obviously, it's going to be in Vegas. There's it's a controlled climate, so I'm not worried about the weather there. I do like Thielen. He's got a great target share, and this is a very interesting game, but I got to go with Rico Dowdle as the flex spot there for me.
Collision alert.
Listen,
nobody in front of us.
Yard efforts, going up against the worst
Our truck
run
is
defense
seeing
in
ghosts,
the NFL.
guys.
Yeah, like that's a must. Did I get that right? You need 2 wide receivers and a flex, or do I need a 3rd wideout there?
No, my 3rd wideout is Jamar Chase. He's locked in, bro.
You better be locked in there, bro. I appreciate that very much. Cole, thank you so much for calling. As always, 888-963-2682. We'll get another run of phone calls in a little bit, but before that, Champlain's in the house. That means it's time for Wednesday's Wheel of Randomness. Howard Bender, Fantasy Alarm, Sirius XM, Fantasy Sports Radio.
Get closer to exclusive talk, comedy, and entertainment on Sirius XM. Be part of the buzzworthy moments with Andy Cohen.
Kelly Clarkson, I do want to do a duet with you.
No nonsense advice with Dr. Laura.
Is this advice that he asks you for? No. Then shut the hell up.
On Parallel with A-list interviews with Conan O'Brien.
Billie Eilish.
How loud can you shout? That's why I'm asking.
Don't miss an exclusive moment on Sirius XM.
How about Josh Allen? He's amazing. Right now, he's the NFL MVP.
When it happens in the NFL, we're reacting to it on Sirius XM NFL Radio.
Pittsburgh Steelers are for real with Russell Wilson under center. He is red hot.
Get closer to the game with interviews with players, coaches, and executives.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy joining us with a culture here, and it's something I'm very proud of.
From the field to the front office, nobody covers the game like Sirius XM NFL Radio. Channel 88.
Ever find holiday shopping overwhelming? We've got to figure out what you want and then find it all too. Enter Kohl's. They have the best gifts all in one spot. The toys your kids have been asking for, the silk PJs she's been eyeing, and the stylish sweater he'll love. And you can get 20% off some of your gifts during their customer appreciation event. Yup, holiday shopping at Kohl's is the move. Select styles, offers on December 15th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to toys. See store or full drop off the details.
When you put on that jersey, we see 12. We compete together, side by side. You yell louder. Push even harder. This city lives for Sunday. Get your tickets for Seahawks game days at Boone Field and experience what the city lives for. Visit Seahawks.com today.
Start your mornings with hard-hitting fantasy football talk on Fantasy Football Mornings. Our roster of expert hosts will help you win your fantasy football leagues in a fun and entertaining way. Listen in to expert analysis, the latest news, and winning strategies to help dominate the competition. Plus, each week, hosts will preview the top games and home team highlights. It's all happening on Fantasy Football Mornings on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio. Brought to you by Ashley, where game day meets everyday style.
Come on, jump. I don't know if we'll make it.
Hurry, the floor. Where's lava?
Oops. Hey, life happens. Which is why your favorite styles from Ashley are available in life-resistant, high-performance fabric with removable, machine-washable fabric slipcovers that make it easy to clean spills, dirt, and imaginary lava. For more mess and less stress, shop Ashley's high-performance furniture in-store or online at ashley.com. Ashley, for the love of home.
This is Jeff Erickson from RotoWire. Join us every weekday at 8 p.m. Eastern as we prepare you for the second half of your fantasy football season on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Hi, it's Jimmy Fallon, and I'm hopping channel to channel, spreading Christmas joy all over SiriusXM. Here are a variety of holiday mixes handpicked and hosted by These are holiday songs that span so many different genres. Yacht rock, country, pop, soul, disco, and many more. Jimmy Fallon's 12 Days at Christmas. Listen to my holiday mixes in the SiriusXM app. Search Jimmy Fallon.
Oops, wrong show.
Come on, everyone, guess we're in the wrong place.
Get the wheel!
Here we go. Come on. There it is. Jim, what do you think of the wheel? How do you liking it?
I think it definitely has the sham touch. A lot of sparkles on there. I gotta put my sunglasses on.
Yeah, it's bejeweled. Look at Swaggy Joe right in the middle of it with laser eyes.
Howard, you want to go to the wheel? Use your right hand. I want to see those biceps.
Oh, stop it, Jim.
Completely and utterly shameless.
Here, I'm gonna spin it.
Oh, wait a minute. It's time for Shannon Plus Wheel of Randomness.
All right, welcome back in, everybody. Howard Bender here on the Fantasy Alarm Show. It's time for Shan Blunt's Wheel of Randomness. Got this big old wheel that Shan has decorated so beautifully. It's got about 65, 70 different categories on it. We spin the wheel wherever it lands. She's got questions. I'm supposed to give the truthful answers. We might drag some answers out of Faith Tessler
and Shan bloods with themselves as well. So, hi Shan, how are you?
I'm good. I'm ready to spin the wheel.
Are you? You don't want to tell everybody why it's decorated the way it's decorated? The extra lame, the sparklies. I mean, do you want to give a little shout out to the I guess the inspiration for this week's wheel decoration?
Oh, I'm doing a lot of research into expensive art pieces, so I was looking at a lot of Picasso pieces, so it's just kind of a little abstract, like take on historical art pieces that I'm digging right now. I love art, by the way, if you guys didn't know. I minored in art in college, so I love art. Let's talk about art.
Well, that would definitely explain the reason for the ear in the center of the wheels, right? All right. Well, let's do it. How about you take the first
got some cookies on here. Yeah, we gotta finish off that spaghetti.
Right. First category is like I'm totally obsessed. Right. What is something that you are currently obsessed with at this moment? It can be a clothing item, a band, music,
It's either the
TV,
taco meat or the spaghetti.
What are you obsessed with right now?
Because that roll, I found out, doesn't have a strong seal on it.
And I think I hate coot porn as well.
Well, I can make you taco meat and make me spaghetti.
Spaghetti?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the taco meat in the fridge?
And
Yeah,
Josh
it's in a bowl.
and Coop went on this whole Pokemon
Roll you up some tacos? Or
binge here on.
Yeah.
We're talking Pokemon. Who's your favorite? I have grown obsessed with a content creator. I think it's Cookie Class, which is no relation to mine.
not built for the winter.
And he does all these videos from all of these card shows that he does. He does like a ton of them. He's a Pokemon card collector. And he's the nicest dude in the world. And people come to his table and they're like, oh, we love your videos. They donate like cards to him. Be like, here, these are for you to just give away to people. But what I love even more so is that there are times where he's talking to somebody and then his assistant or his social media person hits him up and is like, oh, somebody from your stream just bought $100 PSA 10 Bulbasaur, right? And they just paid for it to I know, thank you. To give away to somebody. And the dude's just the nicest guy. I follow him now on TikTok for as long as that's going to be, and I'm totally obsessed with the videos. This whole subculture of collecting Pokemon cards has overtaken my life.
And I love that for you, honestly. I'm glad that you're getting to like experience the joy of Pokemon, because like it was my childhood and it should be yours. If you want to stream the original Pokemon TV show, it is on Netflix right now. Pokemon Indigo League. It's so fun.
It's all gonna make me want to buy cards, and then my wife's gonna be mad. What are you obsessing over now?
You can ask Scott about this one too. It is Snoopy. Snoopy is having like this revival right now where everyone is putting Snoopy on everything. Sweaters, t-shirts. Like show the little guy. He's so cute, and I love that he just does what he wants to.
It's gonna be a fun hour.
I love Snoopy. Snoopy! And every time I see him, it's Snoopy!
Faith, how about you? What are you obsessing over nowadays?
I really love the show Shrinking on Apple TV.
Yes!
I think the finale came out today. I haven't seen it yet. Or season 2, so I'm excited about that.
I'm not current. No spoilers.
Yeah, we don't know
That's
nothing
such a
about
good
this
show.
shit.
That's such a good thing to be obsessed with. If you haven't watched Shrinking on Apple TV, guys,
What's wrong, man?
go watch it. Fantastic cast.
So it's not the finale. My bad.
You know what, Chad? I need you, you and Faith, one of you, we need to track down Jason Segel.
Sure, I'll look into it.
Let's get him on the show. In the meantime, Faith, why don't you spin the wheel here?
Let's go. Next category, this one's for Howard. Tomorrow, it's National Ambrosia Day.
Oh my God, I hate it.
So, happy National
You ever had
Ambrosia
that?
Day, Howard. I know you are one that celebrates. So in honor of that, what is the worst dessert
that you absolutely hate? Because I'm gonna say it. Mine is anything in Jell-O or that kind of texture. My dad tried to convince me that I would like fruit in Jell-O as a child, and I was like, no. He made me eat it. Projectile vomit immediately. So now I cannot even stand the thought of trying to eat it because it makes me nauseous.
I despise tiramisu.
Yeah, I'm not corn, man.
Why? Because it's got coffee.
Tiramisu, I don't like.
And dessert that
leche cake, I don't
stupid,
like.
nasty ass coffee
It's
flavor
too
to it.
fucking milk.
Trash.
Trust leche.
Absolute trash. Garbage. Tiramisu.
Some of my favorite ice cream is coffee flavored or milk ice cream.
Free milk
I'm
cake.
not very sorry to hear that.
It's super soft and it's super moist, but very milky.
And I feel bad for it.
I had a nice cup of coffee.
It's got like 3 layers. I just
I love my
It's so nice.
Deb kisses me goodbye when she goes out for the day, and she's got that coffee breath, and I'm like,
I do hate coffee, bro. That is a downside. I will drink coffee and then I'll go brush my teeth because I can't stand the thought of having coffee breath in someone's face because I would be mortified.
what about you, Faith?
I'm not a cupcake person at all. Like store-bought.
Amazing. I agree.
Nah.
I'd rather have a cake.
I don't
Have
know.
anything
It's
else.
messy. It's not worth the mess.
Well, you've obviously never seen Anne Hathaway eat a cupcake.
Oh, I have it.
Sandwich method.
The alternate method is the way to go, but the taste still doesn't do it for me.
You know what?
Yeah.
More cupcakes for me to eat. I'm definitely fine with that. 100%. Like, I love when people eat desserts that I love. It's just more.
That's why I'm happy that you eat coffee flavored soda.
Yeah, you can have that. I'm gonna spin the wheel. Here we go.
Next category is Make It Stop. What's the worst song ever? And I can give you guys some time to think because I already know what I'm going to say. It is the thong song. I hate the thong song, especially, and I'll give a caveat to this. Any song that sexualized song sung by the show Glee, the cast members of Glee. They're absolutely terrible. They're absolutely uncomfortable to watch. It is bad, but especially the guy who plays Will Schuester doing a mashup of like a romantic song and the thong song. It's like it burned my eyes. Gosh, it's so bad. I hate the thong song, and you know I'll blame it on Glee. I don't think I even heard it before I watched the show Glee.
I just want to love you. By Jay-Z. What? You know, that line, that give me that funk, that sweet, that nasty, that gushy stuff. It just got so overplayed when I was living in New York, and a buddy of mine was like, you know, like working at one of these like shishi bars, and like, you know, be like on the list of every club, and I'd go in, and that song was just so crazy overplayed that it just, and I don't know what it was about it. I don't know what it was about it. I just don't like that song and that line from it. Like, yeah, no. I would rather have my tinnitus turned up a notch than have to listen to that song ever.
Valid.
Yeah, I think maybe the TikTok of it all right now is what's getting me, but the $1 Million Baby song.
Jim Bowden's favorite.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah.
How's it go?
$1 Million Baby.
It's just on every single video scrolling.
It is a very popular TikTok song. I think if you heard it, you would know it.
If I heard it, I'd probably be like, oh yeah, I keep swiping around this one on TikTok. Hey, follow me on TikTok. All right, do we have time for a bonus? We don't have time for a bonus. Yeah, I'm gonna do it anyway. Here we go. I'll go quick. I'll give it.
Tomorrow's National Apps Day, guys. What's a phone app that you love?
I don't want to say TikTok. You know what? I'll go with PayPal. It makes it so easy for me. Here's some money. Here you go. There you go. That's my favorite app. What's yours?
Venmo.
Venmo.
See? There you go.
I love my Pet Cube app so I can check in on Teddy when I'm not around, or I do love my New York Times puzzle game, like app.
All right. Well, there you go. A little wheel of randomness. It really does not get any more random than all of that right there. When we come back, we'll wrap things up with some food for thought. Maybe I got time for one more phone call. Howard Bender, Fantasy Alarm, 367, Fantasy Sports Radio.
Sports Greek Radio, channel 154, and on the Sirius XM app.
Not all products are available in all 50 states. Compounded products are not FDA. Verified for safety, efficacy, or quality. Will go via no septic or not compounded. Prescription required. Restrictions apply. See website for full details.
Why try Hims for weight loss? If you're interested in personalized prescription options, including Ozempic, Wegovy, oral medications, and compounded GLP-1 injections, and the support to see real results, you might like it. Why try Hims to regrow hair? If a range of treatment options made with clinically proven ingredients like minoxidil and finasteride for thicker, fuller hair in 3 to 6 months sound good, you might like it. Why try Hims for ED? If you've been looking for access to doctor-trusted treatments like Viagra and their more affordable generic counterparts, you and your partner might like it. The Hims process is
Netflix, the gift you've all been waiting for. On December 25th, Netflix will be the home to 2 NFL Christmas Day games. At 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the 2024 Super Bowl winning Kansas City Chiefs face the Steelers, followed by the Baltimore Ravens and Houston Texans.
You can just move through life, or you can find the things that move you. It's your choice. Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Choose your calling. Choose your path. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move. You know who you are. Mazda. Move and be moved.
Oh man, God. Yeah. What's cracking all you fantasy sports players out there? It's your homie.
Right, you're right. I do remember it. Okay, yeah, it's kind of annoying. I'm with you guys. I'm with you, 100%. All right, well, thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. I hope you guys have had some fun here on the show. Hope you learned a little something. I got RotoWire Fantasy Sports today with Mario Puig and Nick Whalen. They're coming up. I want to sneak a quick phone call in here, but before I do that, I just want to say that every day we make choices. Whether it's little ones, like what to eat for breakfast, to big ones, like what road do you choose to go. That applies to the road you drive and the road you live. And both roads are better with Mazda. From the moment you step inside a Mazda, you're enveloped by unparalleled expert craftsmanship, soft premium materials, seamless smart technology, smooth handling and responsive controls, meticulous attention to detail, all crafted with the intention of bringing out the pure joy of driving. Every interaction with that car brings you a sense of confidence, a sense of power, and a sense of purpose, because Mazda believes every drive should move. It's everything you want in a vehicle that does more than just take you where you need to go. It takes you where you want to be. Mazda knows life is full of choices. Learn how to elevate your drive. Find Mazda dealer near you at MazdaUSA.com. Mazda, crafted cars for those who choose to do more than simply move. Let's try a phone call here real quick. Brad in Oklahoma, you got 2 seconds, baby. What you got?
I appreciate you taking my call. Man, I need 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. I've got Bijan, Jonathan Taylor, Raylan Allen, Kenneth Walker, and then I picked up Patrick Taylor for San Francisco. Wide receivers, I have Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, Malik Neighbors, and DJ Moore. I appreciate it very much.
All right. Adams, Moore, Bijan, JT, and Patrick Taylor. If Garendo is out. Appreciate that phone call, Brad. Appreciate all you guys tuning in and listening here. I'm Howard Bender, the Fantasy Alarm, Sirius XM, Fantasy Sports Radio. See you later.
All on ESPN New York and the NFG Radio Network.
take a charter bus, this is a good choice. That's Best Trails and Travel, New York City's premier charter bus company. Best Trails and Travel